I'm a little bit worried that maybe just YouTube is screwing up the audio thing, and my whole entire thing is screwing up the audio thing, and my whole. I forgot I.
Not working right.
Yeah, and also I didn't notice until I started doing my own voice, but because I was double checking the audio. But I have left Twitch the Twitch thing unmuted.
Whoops. So you were double talking the entire time?
I wasn't double talking another time. I just started, but I noticed, so I might be.
Oh, I hope not.
I'm trying to think what to do because we're coming up close to the end of the first case, so I'm trying to figure out what to do in between. I'll probably just cover that with you off screen.
Well, like we still have more versions of the game, though. We have like the second and third one.
I know, but I want to give a break in between because it's very easy to get burned out.
No, understandable. Court's now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, the prosecution is also ready. Who is the judge here anyway? Just the sheer silence from him is just like,
This is to
Mr.
you.
Von Karma, your opening statement. Is he just not going to say anything? Very well, no opening statements, so... Not so fast, Judge.
I was thinking. I'm allowed to think.
I was taking a meaningful pause before speaking. Meaningful pause? My friend. You were gonna let them sit there for a year. Right, of course.
It's called stalling. You should know about it.
A prediction. Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now.
Man, we can stall too.
Order. Order. Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now? Why did you object? Must you question everything?
If I'm louder, you can't disagree with me.
Why? It will be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I'll call my witness now. Right. I call my witness, my decisive witness, to the stand. It's that mysterious boat ship, Honor. Witness, state your profession. I think that's you, actually.
Yeah, I am. I'm making voices. I am the proprietor of the restaurant The Wet Noodle at Gourd Lake.
Karma?
And I also rent boats.
Okay. The night of the incident, you were in the boat rental shop, correct?
Yep, I was.
Please testify. Oh, wait a second. We still haven't heard who this old guy is. Do we need a reason? I don't think it'll matter either way, will it?
No, it will.
Oh. Wait a minute. The witness hasn't stated his name yet. Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright. Bah! I have predicted this trial will end in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate. Yeah, right. witness will state his name.
Well, I'm not really sure. Yep,
What do you mean?
my memory.
Your Honor, the witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Ergo, he cannot recall his own name. He can't recall, you say? Yes, but the incident in question took place 3 days ago. He could testify. Very well.
That seems like a good way to discredit your witness. He doesn't remember anything in the past few years.
Yeah, this raises all kinds of concerns about the witness's credibility.
Even if, per se, you may claim that he has a good memory, he did say he previously owned a noodle shop that does not exist.
Yeah, a noodle shop, and then stated, I also rent boats. There is so much wrong with this witness's testimony already. It is slightly painful to see Von Karma trying to pull this one off. Let's hear his testimony then, shall we? Witness? Oh god, I swear if he starts talking about pasta.
I will say that in the original, his title was Uncle. I kind of wish it was the same thing.
Yeah.
It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight. Yep. I was in the restaurant where I rent boats, as usual. Then I heard a bang. Yep. When I looked out the window, I saw a boat just floating on the lake. Then I heard another bang. And just about then, the boat came back. I'm gonna do that again. Just about then, the boat comes across the shore, and a man walks by my window.
Very well. I'd like to begin the cross-examination. What? There's nothing to question, is it?
Did it freeze?
Listen. No, it's not that it froze. It's just Von Karma. Buddy. There is so much to fucking question. What are you saying?
By the way, I'm not evil.
I don't know. I'm just sitting here like, what are you talking about? You understand my confusion, right?
Oh no, I understand your confusion. It's just
there is like low level slight manipulation of the court, and then there is just blatant, you shall do this because I am evil and you will do what I say.
this is like around the time where it's like, wait a minute, does Shinji Kamine understand how the law works?
Ergo, no need for cross-examination. Besides, there are only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes arrive. Judge, your verdict now. Yes. Mr. Wright, cross-examine. What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness. Very well, you may begin. Excuse me, Mr. Von Kama. 3 minutes just passed. I see. Well then, let's just take our time. It's a very old man response to that. I've existed for many a year. I could take a little longer.
The best thing I like about that is I don't know what he was expecting. Phoenix has already proven that he's not going to go along with his bullshit.
I know. He seems very used to having the court in his favor all the time. Like he seems like a petulant child almost sometimes. You may cross-examine the witness. All right. so yep, that's fine. We know that. It's in the restaurant, yeah. Bang. And then the second bang.
4.
Oh yeah, we should probably press him on that, because did you see his face? By your window?
Hey, yep, by my window. Right outside my window in my little shack.
And could you see the man's face?
Well, the fog's pretty darn thick, but he's right there in front of me. I saw him.
This is a rather important detail. Please add it to your testimony.
I don't wanna.
What? I have a bad feeling about this. That man was the... Oh, yeah.
That man was
I
defended.
can't believe he's dead.
He was saying, I can't believe he is dead.
Why?
You can press him again.
Yeah. Are you sure? Uh-oh. Dad.
Dead certain, Keith. He said, I can't believe he was dead. He was walking by, too. Again, this would completely ruin.
Yeah, it really would. Witness, are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth?
It was him, that Edgeworth boy.
I'd like the judge to shake his head like, okay.
We're ignoring that now.
This sounds like a decisive evidence indeed. I see no room for doubt. On Karma. He lured me into cross-examining so he could set me up for a fall.
Little does the boy know I thought I would just get away with the first thing. Really glad this worked out for me. Nick, I don't like the way things are going here. Everyone in the courtroom is glaring at us.
Very quick, this trial is going to be over.
Of course they're going to raise an eject and our client's innocent.
Your Honor. We proved in yesterday's trial that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun. Mr. Wright. Are you referring to the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found in the gun? And the photograph showing a man firing with his left hand? Exactly. That is easily explainable.
How?
Is it? He could have wiped his prints after he fired.
Then why?
No. No, sir. That does not make any sense.
Remember, this is Japan, where gun knowledge is not as great as America.
That's not even gun knowledge. This is like a test of common sense here. Yes, let me wipe the gun with my fingerprints with the left hand, then grab it with the right hand. They'll never be able to convict me with that.
And not toss the gun into the lake.
Yeah, there is so much wrong with that statement. You're ignoring the truth of the matter here. So are you.
You're just making up shit as you go along, Von Karma.
Everything in this witness's testimony is true.
Makes me wonder if this is his legitimate strategy of how he convicts people, how dumb the other defense lawyers are.
Well, I don't think it's that the other defense lawyers are dumb.
Okay, incompetent then.
I don't think they're incompetent either. Remember, we've already found out that this court is rather corrupt.
I mean, yes, but also... it's Von Karma.
Yes, a very rich prosecutor with a
right, bribery and blackmail.
Yeah, do you want to go back to Mr. Grossberg, huh?
I don't want to go back to Mr. Grossberg.
Yeah.
Oh, to be fair, that was Red White. Right. He has the
Yes.
dumbest fucking name. Red
Yeah,
White.
Mr. Red White of Blue Corp, who was part of the DL6 incident.
Everyone's connected to this damn incident.
Yeah, yeah. So, like,
I will say I titled this I titled the announcement message as the creation of a meme or something. Let me double check. A great meme is approaching simply because when it happens, you'll see. I'll explain when it happens. You might already know.
Not off the top of my head, but continue. The judge is lost in thought. What should I do?
Raise an objection.
Yeah. Your Honor, this witness claims that Edgeworth said, "I can't believe he's dead." But his word is all we have.
Also, why would a murderer say that?
If he were telling a lie, Mr. Wright, in a court of law, the evidence tells all. And you have none! Apparently you have yet to realize even this basic fact.
I
His
will
testimony's a lie shows proof.
I will say, I know it's designed supposed to make him look evil. It also has a very good stern mentor look.
Well, that's, I think, the idea behind him, because remember, he's supposed to be Edgeworth's mentor.
If it was any other game, I would definitely see him as being a sort of red herring villain.
Yeah.
Someone who you think is a villain, but actually no, he's just strict.
Like Edgeworth?
Yes.
Who has a very similar outfit?
Well, he does. I mean, he doesn't have the wrinkles. That's part I'm focusing on.
Ah, yeah. The ruffled neck thing.
Ruffled neck. No, he has the ruffled. Edgeworth has ruffled. Von Karma has more like the medallion. The fact that he actually looks like a former noble.
Oh, yeah. I have seen a couple of things. They're like nobles that act distant and cruel to try to keep the people distant from them and safe.
Yeah.
So that if something happens, he's the only one that is struck.
He's the only one to blame.
Yeah,
Nick,
exactly.
do we have evidence?
It's no good. There's nothing I could do.
Are you sure?
To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore.
Please. Can you hear me, sis? Please. We need your help. Nick needs you.
Oh my god. I really hope that comes over the microphone. I don't think it does.
You're ticking? Tisking, I hope? Yeah, it's not coming out.
Yeah.
It's fine. You might just have to say it. Not right now. Just this is also like you can clearly see his outfit a little bit better, and he has something going on like with his underneath his jacket. I don't know if that's like a shirt.
It's like a button-down shirt underneath his jacket. Yeah.
Sorry, I know we're like doing a thing here, but as you know, and as people all probably who've watched me regularly know, um, I'm the son of TV work in theater, so costume design is a big thing for me.
It's also a large thing on my end because character design for tabletop games and other things like that is actually rather important. It helps to tell its own story.
So I'm not fashionable. I regularly dressed in like my comic. If I have to like pick one thing that's a comic accessory, it's a hoodie.
Mhm.
But like I can. All right, here's like I'm not like trained in this, but from being around, this is just information I've learned from people. But if we didn't know he was a villain, if we just saw his design, he definitely has a very imposing design, giving you a sense of upper class and a lot of intimidation just from the way he's dressed, and definitely with the gray hair, definitely a sign of age and therefore perhaps skill. which would complement his dress, just all of that, and then, he starts talking, and then you realize, oh, he's evil villain. Sorry, I'm geeking out. Also, he has
I mean, it's
earrings.
fine to geek out. It's fine. Yeah, he has like pierced ears. It's very tiny.
I'm not. I won't know the significance of that. I'm not sure if that might be a Japanese thing.
3 minutes was perhaps too high an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record.
I did recently do a game called Weird and Unfortunate Things Are Happening, which is free on Steam. Again, I'm still talking about RPGs. That also has a lot of good character design for a game that's mostly taking place in modern day. If you find some way to finagle that brand of RPGs, because I don't want to play it again, because I would know if I can get you to play it and then have me speak along with you, I could just moving forward, because I'm going to get distracted. If I get distracted by this, it's just going to become a podcast with Von Karma glowing in the background.
Enough. The witness may leave the stand.
Shut up, Nimstol, about your whatever the hell you're talking about.
This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. But what? No. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Is there an objection? There's no objection. The accused will surrender to the court immediately. To be held pending a trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Wait!
Eh?
Me!
Huh? What? Larry? What are you doing here?
Listen, you gotta listen to me. I was there in the park the night of the murder. And I wasn't sure about it until just yesterday. But today I remembered it.
Remembered what?
The gunshot. I heard it too.
The order. What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for adjournment. One moment, Mr. Von Karma. So you say you heard a gunshot?
Yeah, I did. A gunshot that night. I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony. Then I realized something he said was different from what I remember. And anyhow, I can't just sit here and let you call Edgy a murderer. It's just not right. Testify. Let me testify. I'm getting better at doing Larry's voice.
Yeah, you are. Order, order. Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court. I'm not quite sure how to proceed. Judge, you've already given your decision. The trial is over.
Nick, this is it. Larry's given us one final chance at this.
She's right. If only it wasn't Larry. He could make things even worse.
Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick. It doesn't get any worse. Sentenced by firing squad. Now.
Oh, damn. You're right. Okay. Your Honor, if there is another witness, it is our duty to hear him speak. Right here, right now. A waste of time. The verdict cannot be overturned. Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it is our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistake has been made, every witness shall be heard. What is this? I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty. Mr. Karma was not expecting this one. Mr. Von Karma.
No one expects the Larry.
I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now. What?
Who the hell is this?
He really should have had a reaction pose on that one. The court will adjourn for a 5-minute recess.
To be fair, his reaction poses involve him gripping his arm.
Oh, true. After that, we will hear this new witness. He should have had like a very Edgeworth shot kind of reaction, you know?
To be fair, I think the implication is he's I immediately forgot the word. He's like trying to get. He's like more prime and proper, and has absolutely no idea how to react to Larry.
True. Court is adjourned. Short recess then, huh? That was too close. Sorry to keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets.
I just wonder what Larry plans to say in there. Larry's at the lake that night?
Yeah. He said he went looking for the Steel Samurai balloon that flew into the lake.
Oh, right. And he found the balloon in the air tank that night?
Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth.
Huh? You say something right?
Yeah, a lot of things. You seem out of it. What's wrong?
It's nothing. Mr. Edgeworth? There's something I've been meaning to ask you. What's that? Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon? Oh. When he found the lake, I went into a daze. I couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. Then I saw the pistol lying on the floor of the boat in front of me. I picked it up without thinking. I didn't have a reason, really. I mean, that makes sense, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's understandable. Like, if he's in a daze, especially since, like, he has trauma with gunshots.
Gunshots, earthquakes, turbulence. Yeah. That comes up in, like an...
Yeah, like, in general, he was in a state of extreme fear because somebody had just fired a gun in front of him. He had repressed the last incident that somebody fired a gun in front of him. It makes actually a good bit of sense that he wouldn't be thinking in that situation.
The turbulence mentioned is something that comes up in the investigation games. That literally, it's the same case. It happens fairly early on, so it's not really spoilers. He gets accused of murder because he passes out in front of a body during turbulence.
God damn it.
It's not his fault he has a debilitating trauma.
I mean, yeah, it's not his fault, but still, that's just like, dude, this needs to... How many times is this going to happen to you?
I live in Japan, Fornia. We don't have therapy. I see. Right.
Yeah?
This might be our chance.
Our chance?
Von Karma's only ever run perfect trials.
Perfect trials? Perfectly
prepared witnesses. Perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to his success. It's the first time we ever had to deal with something unexpected. Someone like Larry. He has to let someone he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. And that someone is Larry.
What are you getting at?
It's like his testimony full of holes, right? That's right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time. We'll milk this one for all it's worth.
Hey, it was 15 minutes. 15. Everything's on Larry.
I raised it to 15 to make yourself feel better, right? I will not be doing it again!
Yeah, he really is a piece of shit. Witness, please testify to the court about everything you saw on the night of December 24th.
Right, leave it to me!
Please, Larry, don't mess this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance. Von Karma didn't even have time to prep his witness.
I heard you just spent the entire time just going, who the hell are you?
I just hope Edgeworth is right about this being our big break.
That night I was out on the boat in a boat. That night I was out in a boat on the lake. I was looking for something and I found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back in at the rental dock. Then just was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. After I heard that single gunshot, I went home.
That was an unusually vague testimony, even for this court. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong, Nick?
It's Larry. I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. I'm a little scared.
Well, we've come this far. So where to go but forward, Nick?
Into the minefield that is Larry.
Into the mind of Larry. Never leave Parliament.
Can we press on, like, I feel like that's at least, well, no, because he's going to talk about going home. Not there. I think we need to press on the bang, don't we?
It's actually a present evidence thing, but we can press.
Where did the sound come from?
Yeah, well, I wasn't too sure about that. I looked around, you know.
Did you look at the lake?
Yeah, I looked. We need to present evidence here.
Oh, because he's sweating, right?
I mean, he always sweats, but...
Well, this is his I may be hiding something face.
True. It's also his nervous face. He does it. It's a very flexible face.
I mean, he's usually nervous when he's hiding something. So he went home after that. That's what it said, yeah?
After he heard that single gunshot, I went home.
Yeah, so... What's the thing that... Oh, this, right? The deposition, right? But wait a sec, Larry.
What?
You only heard one bang? You're sure?
That's what I said.
But Miss Lotta Hart testified yesterday that she heard 2 bangs. And the old man just now said the same thing.
And this combined will answer the question about the gun.
Mm-hmm. They both heard 2 gunshots that night.
Huh?
Were you even listening? Were you paying attention at all to what they said?
Yo, Nick, please.
Huh?
You know, something's been bothering me. I'm a witness, see? I'm like a customer here. So you gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay?
Larry. Mr. Butts.
What?
You only heard 1 gunshot? Are you sure?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure.
Eh? Not sure? How could you not be sure?
Yeah, well, I might have missed the other gunshot. I was listening to something else.
Something else?
My radio, dude, with my headphones.
What? Order, order, and stop that booing. Mr. Butts, you were listening to the radio with your headphones.
Yeah, so what? That's a crime? Listen to radio. Everyone listens to the radio. What's the big deal? You're not allowed to listen to radio when using boat equipment, Mr. Butts. Oh!
That's 50 years in jail.
Oh!
Well, there is still something wrong here. Mr. Von Karma, your opinion? Waste of time. I do not accept this witness, nor his shoddy testimony.
I don't even know who he is.
Well, even if he's wearing headphones with the radio on, he should still be able to hear a gunshot, especially if he's within vicinity of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
After all, it was out in the open water. There's not as much to block the sound of the gunshot. Well, Mr. Wright, should you continue the testimony?
It says you have to make him continue the testimony, which is fine.
I know. Your Honor, please allow the witness to continue his testimony.
So, I'll get to it when we get to it. It's just how I found out about how this bit goes. I learned from a fan-made musical.
Oh.
So every time I think about this case or think about the thing connected to this case, my brain just plays I only learned I only listen to the one song that's connected to this case or this thing. So it always pops in my head, and then I just have to deal with it.
Oh no.
This is a problem that happens to people.
Nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know what he's lost. Very well, Mr. Butts. Please give your testimony and be sure to include details like your radio.
Right, leave it to me.
I wouldn't if there were any other way out of this, believe me.
It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. That's why I was listening to an all-request show on the radio, see? I was listening to it real booming loud, and I'm pretty sure I heard that gunshot. I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it, too.
You were listening to your radio at a high volume.
Yeah, what's the big problem? Can a man listen to his radio in peace? Isn't this a free country? Larry, by law, everyone must have a punny name. It's not a free country.
I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is. Judge, can you believe a word this witness says? What he heard was probably nothing more than a drum beat from the radio. True enough, it is difficult to believe that this testimony. Wait, Your Honor.
Drum beats don't sound like gunshots. Among other objections.
Yep. The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot. Excuse me? DJ? An announcer. The guy who says things on the radio. Anyway. What this means is, when he heard the sound, no music was playing. The DJ only talks between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. I'd like to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Wright. I can't believe I'm continuing this charade.
Is it pronounced charade or charade? I've heard it both ways.
Either way works. Skip. Skip. Nope. Uh-huh. Press. What did she say? Mr. Wright, please cease these pointless questions. I've only just asked what possible good could knowing what a radio DJ said do to us. Indeed, Mr. Von Karma has a point. Allow the question only if you see some reason why we should care. We should care because they might read off the time. That could change the course of events heavily. We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should. Why? Well, How do you know if we don't ask him? Fine, very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot?
Just when you said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," I heard the gunshot.
Okay, we need to do a present here, don't we?
Yep.
Because that's wrong. Or at least, it would be wrong with the course of events for everything else. But go to is it the autopsy report, or...
The autopsy report just makes it vague at the time of death.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna scroll through.
It's a deposition again, isn't it? Because it said just after midnight.
It is. It also says you can use the like photo, so I'm leaving that up to you.
Deposition. It's after midnight. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct?
Huh? What's with that face? You look scary, dude. Hey, if you're trying to scare me, you better know I don't scare that easily.
Is something the matter, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, did you hear what the witness just said? The DJ said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," when he heard the gunshot. Indeed, and almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
And therefore, on every day on Tumblr, that shows up on the 24th like clockwork.
Hey, it's almost Christmas. I see. Because it's such a meme.
It happens every single time.
No. Do you realize what this means? When you heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve. That would seem to be the case, yes. But that contradicts the two testimonies we have heard so far, Your Honor. But Miss Hart and the old man said it was after midnight when they heard the shots. In other words, when they heard the gunshots, it was already Christmas. This is a clear contradiction, Your Honor. Order, order! What does this mean?
If I find the musical song again, I'll send it to you, because there are also some bits of it that are funny, but...
Yeah, I will say, him asking what does this mean makes sense, because, that is a bit of a confusing situation. The two prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. However, this witness says he heard a gunshot before midnight. Judge, the answer is simple. The current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious.
What?
I mean, he's got a point. Well, Mr. Wright. What do you think about Mr. Butts' claim that he heard the gunshot before midnight? I think he's right on the matter. Larry's not mistaken, Your Honor. He heard that gunshot before midnight. Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this wild claim. Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight. Is it the gun itself?
No, not yet.
Okay. Scroll through. Oh wait, there it is. Go back. It's that one. Look at this photograph. This was taken by our witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart, with her automatic camera. The timestamp on the photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m. Oh? But there's nothing on the lake in this picture. Your Honor, the real issue here is not why nothing is shown in this photograph. It is why this photograph exists at all. What do you mean? Your Honor, this photograph was taken by an automatic camera. That camera was set to go off in response to loud noises. Aha! Correct. There was a loud noise on the lake at 11:50 p.m. That is why this photograph was taken. In other words, when Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely still Christmas Eve. Indeed, it would seem that is the case. Then, where does that leave us? Ms. Hart testified that she heard the gunshots after midnight. You claiming she was mistaken? Not at all, Your Honor. It is a fact that the camera also triggered at 15 minutes after midnight. Your Honor, that night there were 2 sets of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them. Why would this be? Don't be fooled, Judge. That guy was set to respond to loud noises. Yes. There is no proof that the loud noise 1150 was a gunshot. Why, the witness could have sneezed, triggering the camera.
Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear!
Well, Mr. Wright, there's no turning back now. Can you prove that the loud noise 1150 was indeed a gunshot? Please show the court evidence if you have any. Would it be the gun? Now? Is it fired twice?
Fired 3 times, but yes.
Yep. This is my evidence. So, murder weapon? Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor. Both the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When then was the last shot fired? Well, now have I realized the truth. That 3rd shot was the shot Larry heard just before midnight. Order, order! That makes sense of the evidence we've seen so far. However, this leaves me wondering exactly what did happen that night in the lake. Exactly! If this is true, there were 2 sets of gunshots separated by 25 minutes. One at 11:50 and another at 15 minutes after midnight. Why, I ask you, why? Uh-oh, I better think of something quick. Wait a second. Gunshots separated by 25 minutes? Ah!
What's wrong, Nick?
I have it. I have it.
Huh?
Remember the case with the Steel Samurai?
Huh? Yeah, of course I remember.
The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case.
What do you mean?
Maya,
Yes?
if we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edgeworth's guilty verdict. I've got a hunch and I'm going to run with it.
Right. I mean, is this safe?
Safe? You've already gotten a guilty verdict. We have nothing to lose.
Disbarred.
Well, at least not going to jail like Larry. You just watch and let me know if I say anything that sounds fishy, okay?
Right, Nick?
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wright? The testimony just now has cleared up this entire case. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? Just. So, you finally realized the truth? There can be no other murderer here than Miles Edgeworth himself. No. Wrong, Von Karma.
I do like how he shakes his head. He tilts down before he shakes it.
Down and then just like, it's a very like, almost sorrowful shake, yeah. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting.
Almost like he's saying, I pity you for being wrong. Or maybe it's just how people shake their heads in this universe.
Listen, rookie. Take a deep breath and consider the facts. At the time of the murder, 1 boat was on that lake. This was shown by the witness's photograph. The defendant, Edgeworth, and the victim, Robert Hammond, were on that boat. There was a gunshot fired in that boat, and Robert Hammond fell into the lake. The distance of the shooting was 1 meter. It couldn't have been suicide. Well, The guilty party has to be the other man on that boat. I admit it is hard to imagine any other possibility. Yes,
Have you figured out what's been done?
he shot him off the boat, and then put him in the boat, and then carried him out into the water and dumped him off. Came back, picked up Edgeworth, and then faked a shooting. This assumes that the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? We have photographic evidence of the time of the shooting. The timestamp on the photo says 15 after midnight. But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before. Hang on. Dust particle hit the back of my throat. No.
Ah, I hate that.
Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before the shot in the lake. That's the only way that Edgeworth could be innocent. The silence is palpable. Mr. Wright, are you quite mad? Explain who the two men on the boat are. Edgeworth and the murderer. Of course it was Edgeworth and the murderer. After the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50.
The way you worded it made it sound like he was he just had that revelation at right then and just continue on with the statement.
I know. He assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth. What? Are you serious? Yes. Edgeworth won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edgeworth to the lake. Now, Edgeworth didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place. It was also very foggy that night. I'm not sure what to make of all this. Ludicrous! Mr. Wright, tell us the name of the murderer then. The murderer's name... Right, it's... I don't know. Actually, I don't know the murderer's name. You don't know? Ah, again, you waste my time. I don't know because he never told us. The murderer is the caretaker of the boat shop, that old man. At 11:50, he was the one who killed Robert Hammond. The caretaker of the boat shop? Where did he do this? There weren't any boats on the lake then. Why would he have to go all the way out on the lake just to shoot someone? May I suggest the real scene of this crime was not on a boat? What? Well then, where did the murder take place? It would have to be at the rental shop, wouldn't it? Here, of course, the boat shop where he lives. That way he can meet with the victim without anyone seeing. Objection. Do you have any proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime? Recall Larry's testimony, if you will. I like how they actually had it look like Larry was looking around the lake. That's some very fucking N64 level of like, okay, up, down, left, right on the D-pad.
But nice to have been able to control before he says anything.
I know. He finds it and returns the boat. Then, just as he's starting to head home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor, even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, the gunshot was very, very close by. In this case, I will agree with that one, because there would still be some level of sound dampening. So he absolutely would have heard the gunshot if it was close by, but he might not have heard if it was, say, at the entrance to the lake or over by Lotta Hart's car, as there's a lot of obstacles between them, which dampen the sound. And where would that be if he had just returned a boat? The boat shop. Mr. Wright, what happened that night on Gourd Lake? Please tell the court from the beginning. Yes, Your Honor.
Nick, are you sure about this?
Not really. But I think if I start at the very beginning and take it slow, I might just be able to figure this out.
Now you
That
testify.
Yes, that night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop.
Jesus!
That is a fucking terrifying pose. That was a monkey getting shot right there. What the hell?
Mr. Hammond, have you been possessed?
Like he took like standard chimpanzee pose. Like I've seen that so many times in cartoons. Dear God. This is around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired. After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond. They got on the boat with Edgeworth and went out into the middle of the lake. Then, who fired the pistol on the boat, Mr. Wright? Well, the boat shop caretaker. Of course, it was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice. Both missed Edgeworth on purpose. Wait a minute. Yes? Why would he shoot twice if he didn't mean to hit anyone? Details. Know this, Mr. Wright. The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tell us why the murderer had to fire twice to create a witness. I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor. Create a witness? The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. That ensures that anyone who heard the shot would look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first shot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, the murderer jumps from the boat himself, leaving the pistol in the boat behind him. I see. To someone looking from the edge of the lake, it would appear that one of the men on the boat had shot the other. The murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice, to draw attention to the boat. Once you realize that, everything else falls into place. The boat shop caretaker swam back to his shop. Then he put Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body and threw the body into the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on Gourd Lake. I just wanted to bang the gavel, I'm sorry. Bailiff! Bring out the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly. It's taking a turn, huh? Very well, while we are waiting for the caretaker. I would like to ask the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, a few questions. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense has said.
Yes.
Well, why'd you go to the lake that night?
What Wright has said was mostly correct. Astonishingly so. Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago, I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. He asked me to come to the boat shop at the lake on midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me.
Something important?
I'm sorry, I can't say what it was. Your Honor, sir!
Go ahead. Bailiff, we are conducting a trial here. I ask that you remain quiet.
The witness has disappeared! He isn't at the boat shop either!
What?
What should I do?
Find him quickly. We cannot allow him to get away. Well, I don't think Von Karma expected that to happen. Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared. A search warrant has already been issued. It goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. I'll extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. I request that the police department utilize all its forces to find that witness.
I mean, Gunch will be on all hands on deck.
He's already out there, I bet.
Lifting up cars to find him in case he's underneath said cars.
Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop caretaker? I think his identity has become very important to this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is. Very well. Court is adjourned. Man, I just picture Gumshoe out there. He's just become the Bracken.
The what?
Lethal Company's Bracken.
Ah.
You turn around, you make eye contact with him, he just charges you.
No, he should have was out of the way until you look at him too long.
Yeah. You're waiting for the right opportunity to grab you by the neck.
Yay, Nick, you did it!
Yeah. Well, at least we got out from under that guilty verdict.
What about Larry? That was something else. Even Varn Kama didn't know what to do with his testimony.
Okay,
Larry really helped us out.
Sure, once I sifted through his unique testimony.
By the way, I don't know if it comes up like now or later, but it turns out he's been dumped.
Still, he did save us. I just wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time.
I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients.
Hey, Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth? Did you say something? Don't look so pained. I mean, it looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. You could try to smile just a little. Relax. I'm sorry, but I fear it's not over for me yet.
What do you mean?
Right. There's something that's been troubling me for a long time now. I don't know whether or not to tell you.
Edgeworth.
No. There's so little time left. I want to tell you to get it off my chest, but I can't make up my mind.
What is this about, Edgeworth?
It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed.
Crime you committed?
I stole the money back from when we were kids, right? A memory of a murder.
To be continued. Right now, because we have plenty of time.
Oops, I saved. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who does it like that.
No, you're not. I double save sometimes too. Usually because it goes too fast. I'm like, did it save?
Did I save? Did I save?
I can't tell. Did I save?
What was Mr. Edgeworth talking about? This was 2 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think Mr. Edgeworth killed?
You know, in their defense for the 2 seconds one, if some people would pause the game right here, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's hilarious.
I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory has been troubling him recently.
And his name is
They
Von
never chased
Karma.
his life. Never.
I immediately thought of a better joke from what I said as soon as I said that.
Mm-hmm.
And his name is Larry Butts. Nick. Yo, how's everyone doing?
Speak of the devil.
What do you think of my performance today? I'm swimming the aisles, huh, Maya? Swooning? Me? Oh yes, I do remember feeling faint. Right on! Tell me the truth, it was like love at first sight, right?
No.
Right, Nick?
No. Me?
You're bi, right? Everyone's
You
a little
assuming
bi.
motherfucker? I'm gonna laugh. It was just like, you assuming motherfucker.
I'm only into Miles Edgeworth and you know it. I told you that in confidence.
Well, maybe my heart skipped a beat or two.
I think you can do better than that. Come on, I saved Edgeworth in there, dude. Edgy. You guys should be bowing before me. Yeah, bow before your hero. We have to talk to him.
Why? Why must we talk to him?
Because he has things to say.
That's not an excuse. No. You cannot use that excuse.
I'm the one voicing him.
I know, but still.
You want to voice him?
No. Larry, you really helped out the trial today.
You did. If you weren't there, Larry, I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth would have been found guilty. But seriously, Nick, that boat shop caretaker guy is pretty suspicious. But AJ ain't off the hook yet. Way to spoil the mood, Larry. Hey, I'm just a guy sitting in the audience, you know? Before what I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy. I mean, can you really know if he's telling the truth about that night?
I don't.
Nick?
I don't know. But what I do know is I'm going to believe in you two until the end.
Us too? Edgeworth and who else? You mean me, right?
No.
Nah, he means me, right, Nick?
Yeah, you, Larry.
Not me? But why you, Larry? Huh? Actually, yeah. Why me, Nick? Enough with it. Enough with the silent treatment. Nick, why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? I mean, he's changed recently, true. But when we first met him, he was kind of a jerk, don't you think?
You didn't know him back then. Back when you wanted to become a defense attorney.
Wait, was that when you two were classmates?
Yeah, in grade school. They saved me, Miles and Larry. They saved me and I'll never forget it. That's why I became a defense attorney, you know.
What? Hey, Larry, what's he talking about? Huh? Sorry, I kinda forgot. Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm gonna hear the story today and that's final.
Okay. It's kind of a long story, so hang in there. It was the very end of 3rd grade. I was on trial. A class trial.
So, apparently what we're about to see actually happened to, the creator, and he didn't get any help, so that's why he created Ace Attorney.
Oh, I see.
A class trial?
The class trial. Remember, Larry? Spring, end of 3rd grade? A kid in our class got his lunch money stolen.
Lunch money?
Our school was really small. Every month, kids would bring in an envelope with money for lunch from home.
Huh, I see.
Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared with $38 still inside.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that.
I can see why you'd forget, though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. I was coming down with a cold, so I'd skip PE that day. I was the only one not in class.
Other than Larry. So, they thought you did it?
Yeah, the kids in class said I should be put on trial.
Trial?
So the next day, we held a classroom trial with me as the defendant. That teacher, you shouldn't do that to the kids. Come on. I didn't do it.
Guilty! He did it! Guilty! It was you! Thief! Give the money back! You're such a meanie! No one play with him. Just admit you did it. You can't hide from the truth. Tell us the truth. We're not going to play with you anymore. Yeah, no, it's going too fast for me.
My eraser.
Okay, the last one's hilarious.
Did you rob that bank the other day?
Now, Phoenix, you know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right.
In the end, even the teacher thought I'd done it.
Go over and apologize, Phoenix.
I didn't know what was happening. I was so sad, I couldn't stop crying.
I do like the fact he still has the spiky hair from back then.
Mm-hmm. Everyone was staring at me like I'd done it. I tried to apologize. I went to where the boy whose money had been stolen was sitting. And that's when it happened.
He shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. Anything else has no place. You should all be ashamed. Amateurs. Miles? It wasn't you who stole my money, was it?
No.
Then you shouldn't apologize. Everyone's been shouting you did it, but no one has any proof. This is why, Your Honor, this boy is innocent. But Miles, it was your money that was stolen. Why don't you all just shut up? This is always how it is. Everyone ganging up and picking on one person. Just think of how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it. Very well. I'll place the money myself. This class trial is over.
That's how it happened. After that, 3 of us were the best of friends.
Wow, I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot.
That's why I learned what it meant to be alone. Totally alone, without a friend in the world.
You did a good thing, Larry. Yeah, well, I was just lucky I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, if I had been there, they would have thought I'd done it. So I took it kind of personally, see.
When something smells, it's usually the butts. Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after that class trial. That's when I heard his father was a defense attorney. I remember his eyes would shine when he talked about his father.
I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my father. A famous defense attorney.
Then, a few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school.
The DL6 incident.
Right. I'm not sure, but the transfer probably had to do with his father's death.
Sorry, my ears itching real quick.
Take your time.
That's so sad.
It was several years later when I heard Edgeworth's name again. There was an article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something like, "Dark Suspicions of a Demon Attorney." fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. The article said he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything.
Not to lie, he didn't even know who he was until, But why? What happened? I mean, that's not the edgy I used to know at all.
That's what I thought too. I tried to get in touch with him, I didn't know how many times. He never replied.
I can't let him see my secret shame. Let him believe I'm still the innocent boy from back when. I guess he didn't want to see his old friends.
I couldn't just drop it though. I wanted to meet him, to learn why he had become who he became. That's when I decided.
Wait, you don't mean? That's why? That's why you became a defense attorney? To meet Edgeworth? The jokes write themselves.
Because defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me whether he wanted to or not.
I would like to point out, originally he was in art school. That's a completely different career change, and so as a result, anyone can kind of see why they keep making gay jokes about these men.
To be honest, like, him being in art school is actually pretty useful in this profession.
Well, yes, but... And this was real quick. It's also a completely different mindset from understanding how lies work, how the human, how crimes work, to, you know, understanding art. I don't know how to describe art in a very benign way like I can with lawyer.
No, it's definitely different. It's definitely different. In court. Edgeworth believed in me, and I believe in him. He's in pain, and no one's on his side. No one who knows the real Edgeworth. I mean, no one who can help him.
Whoa, Nick! So, is that why you helped me out for free?
Yes. I helped you because I believed in you. Except I don't remember saying I'd do it for free.
Oh, Nick! I have to save Mr. Edgeworth. It's the last thing we do, okay?
Right. It very well may be.
First, there's...
Why are you going southern, Maya?
So, I caught myself. First, there's that Rento boat shop. Rento bookshop. That's the library. First, there's that Rento boat shop caretaker. He might also do that.
Running a bookshop, yeah.
He's done so. He apparently also has a noodle shop. So who knows what else? We need to find out who or what he is.
I'd settle for who?
I'd settle for what?
I guess I can clean out some of this evidence I no longer need. Okay, let's go.
Hey, Nick, do you need this fancy camera?
It's not mine. It's a lot of heart. Why?
Okay, Larry, bye, no. Nick.
Larry, no.
What did we?
Off a lot of hearts camera.
It's gone.
He's just fucking gone. Like, what the hell?
I need to go pawn some things. Bye.
Larry, you can't just steal a camera.
Look at me go!
Oh God! I swear, if he actually did that,
I don't think he actually did. It's just
just picturing him getting arrested after testifying in court. Von Karma comes in the next day and looks at us. So, about that last witness.
I'm double checking he does not show up again, so.
This would be a hilarious way of just like, so about Larry, apparently he was arrested for stealing a camera?
That's you.
You look as grim as always.
Mr. Edgeworth, I heard the story about the class trial. Class trial? What do you mean? You don't remember? No, I don't. Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it? In 3rd grade? Lunch money. Lunch. I haven't had that since 3rd grade.
I'm starting to realize the issue.
Oh, alright, yes, I seem to remember something like that. Nick, I think you're the only one who really remembers. Are you sure you didn't make it up?
Well, it probably only really mattered to me anyway.
Did you Mandela effect yourself, Nick?
We're not going to get into that.
Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? That trial was the reason Nick became a defense attorney, among some other things that are also important. Ridiculous.
D. Thanks.
That said, it does sound like the kind of thing you do. You haven't had to change a bit, have you, right? So simple. To a fault, even.
Well, maybe, yeah, but I think you changed too much, Edgeworth.
Eating 3 meals a day. Unlike me, who eats 1 meal and hopes he can get a second one.
What has Von Karma been doing to you?
Perhaps.
Perhaps what? That doesn't answer my question.
Nothing you or the child services need to know about anymore.
I don't. No. Hey, Edgeworth, why did you become a prosecutor anyway? You used to look up to your dad. You said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right?
Von Karma is my father.
Bullshit.
I couldn't let myself deny reality like you.
What do you mean?
My father was taken from me and you want me to defend criminals? I'm sorry, right, but I'm not that good a person. One suspect was apprehended in your father's murder, right? Yes, the man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yanni Yogi. He had to be the shooter any way you look at it. Yet he was found innocent. The defense attorney got him off the hook.
That would be Robert Hammond.
That would be a good motive if he did do it.
However, if I recall the end of this case, it flips Edgeworth's thought process on its head entirely.
On that day, 15 years ago, the 3 of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. Why is your elevator airtight?
Yeah, that's actually a good question.
It seems to be a fault of the courts then first.
Yep, let me look that up. Let me look up what happens when you get trapped in an elevator.
I've seen stories of people trapped in an elevator for at least 24 hours.
In all likelihood, the elevator car will not fall, you will not run out of oxygen, and if emergency lights are available, they will activate for your safety. Yeah.
The greatest criminals apparently the people behind the safety of the goddamn elevator. It wouldn't have been dark.
Even if you would start to run out of oxygen, most elevators would have about 33 and a half hours of oxygen inside.
Secondly, that might be lower because of some more people, but I doubt it'll be in 5 hours.
Yeah, that's too small. I think that might be more the creator's fear of being trapped in an elevator, actually.
I don't know.
If you have claustrophobia and an elevator stops, yeah, you're going to start panicking. You're going to start thinking all kinds of things.
Yeah, but as stated, the lights would probably emergency lights on. It wouldn't be pitch dark.
Yeah, but it still is a fear, probably.
Yeah,
this was during an earthquake, So it is possible that it's not so much that the elevator ran out of oxygen, more that something collapsed and trapped the elevator in a situation where oxygen had trouble getting in.
That could have been it. Or just the power just cut out.
However, based on the end of this court case, I don't think that's actually what happens.
Yeah, I've lost no memory of the murder.
Lost your memory.
Even though I can't recall what happened in that elevator. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney's argument in court. He claimed Yanni Yogi had not been of sound mind due to the oxygen deprivation. Yogi's released due to lack of evidence. Innocent. That's when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys.
What's your relationship with Von Karma?
He's my... I was about to say he owns me, and I think that'll be more hilarious to the weird traumatic backstory we're now doing. He owns me.
Gotten some raised eyebrows.
He's my teacher and a man who deserves respect.
No, he's not.
I learned everything from courtroom techniques from him. He was like my sister was to you, Nick. He's perfectionist in all things. In court, in his personal life, he's obsessed with doing everything perfectly. He hasn't been divorced. His wife... I'm ending that joke. I don't know how to end that.
No. There was an attempt, and that attempt shall stop there.
There's an attempt, and then I realized I can't say that. Perfectly, huh? In all the cases he's taken on, none were left unsolved. And no suspect, not one suspect was declared innocent, ever. But that's... I know. It's possible some of the suspects were indeed innocent. However, it's impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case. All Von Karma does is his job to find the suspect guilty perfectly. In any case, it's not well impossible to find a weakness in him. Should we wait his appear to do anything in his power to make it go away?
Edgeworth? If what you're saying is true, you're headed for guilty sentence tomorrow.
He's right. Now's no time to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a strange situation in which I find myself, I admit.
No kidding.
Now we go to Gourd Lake.
That's about right. Hey, pal, long time no see.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
Close one today, eh? I got so worked up, I snapped my tie in half.
Is your tie made of a non-flexible material like cloth? I mean,
you don't gotta worry about that. Sorry about that.
My tie is a clip-on.
No problem, pal. Thanks to you, we know who really did it.
You mean the boat shop caretaker?
Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial time tomorrow. Come what may.
Okay, I gotta ask. I really love first game Gumshoe. I like the other Gumshoe, the other part of Gumshoes for the community's sake, but this feels like more of an intimidating detective.
This feels like a man that's doing his job with all of the effort he can muster, and I love it.
I kind of wish.
Like
I honestly wish Pathfinder didn't remove the detective class.
It didn't. There is still investigator.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it a core class or is it an archetype?
Core class.
Oh, I straight up missed it. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's I think it's like listed underneath the uncommon ones.
I didn't.
I think they added it in. No, it's a common one. They added it in the advanced player's guide.
Oh well. Then I wish we had a game that was detective based.
Yeah, it is definitely. It's actually like really good at information gathering and like memory recall and stuff like that. So he's really good as a support type.
I'm bringing this up because I've come around to your gumshoe voice, at least for this case, for this game, this part of the trilogy.
Uh-huh. Oh dear. I just read through some of the investigator stuff, one of which is athletic strategist. You know how to calculatedly manipulate joints and body weights. Oh, that's really good. So yeah, like their whole thing is like planning ahead of time and creating. Okay, that's an interesting class. I'll have to try that out sometime. Anywho, it's my duty to put to you as a police officer. Now, I'm out to catch me a criminal.
Perhaps that would have been what Val would have been. Perhaps a detective, an investigator, what Val would have been if he had not been enslaved.
And homeless. And other things that you don't know about yet.
So far, it's enslaved and homeless, which is so far the pretty much the big two. Unless you're also going to reveal that he's a clone and secretly a villain's son, and
No, not yet. I'm not going down an Edgeworth arc.
prophesies to end the world. Was raised
Oh,
on dirt and water, and sometimes you didn't even get dirt.
oh, jeez.
Detective Gumshoe sure is active today.
Oh,
I'm still
one
here.
other thing. Yeah. Oh, one other thing about being active. And no one could go into the woods today.
The woods?
Where Lotta was camping?
Yeah, we caught this young girl there. She's not dead, but you're not going to see her for a while.
Oh, no. The woods are off limits to camping, and apparently the park ranger found out. Something about chasing off a young girl with a firearm. He got pretty mad. No one could go in for a while.
I mean, that makes sense. It's just, it did explicitly say no camping, and Lana's just ignoring it. It's just also hilarious of, when you said that, I just imagined the park ranger's unarmed and Lana has a gun and is still being chased out.
I mean, the more hilarious thought process I have with it is just like, how did you miss the camper van for like over a week in a small park?
I can excuse part of that with the quite frankly, criminal investigation. It might have just been a case of, oh, the police are there, probably no one's camping, or no one's trying to camp. No one would be stupid enough to camp during clearly the investigation. And then you probably just like, you're fucking kidding me.
Like, I would agree with that. I absolutely would agree with that. Except for the fact that Lotta Hart was camping there before the police investigation.
All I can potentially think about as an excuse is, I assume like these parks have a superior sort of somebody who owns the park, just basically like lay off any potential campers. It's good for business. Maybe, and then the murder happened. It's like, okay, you know what? We take that back.
Yep. Might be the case.
I guess Lotta is in a lot of trouble.
Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
We have to go to the boat.
Right, one other thing.
He just keeps showing up randomly.
Just keeps appearing. And another thing.
One more thing. What's Columbo's quote?
Oh, one more thing.
Yeah, one more thing. That's you.
Oh, God, yep. Huh? The steel eyesore is missing.
Eyesore?
Looks like the hot dog stand is closed, too.
I guess Larry's too busy worrying about Mr. Edgeworth to show up for work. So Larry's going to get fired.
Again.
I mean, to be fair, we don't know about his previous jobs. This could be the first job he had in a while.
Maybe.
That old caretaker got away.
Yep.
I never imagined he might be the real murderer.
I know that clearing of the throat anywhere.
Hello! What might you be doing here? Out for a walk?
Something like that.
Ah, the days of the youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see.
What is it with you and lemon? You know what? It's the whiskey, isn't it?
Mr. Grossberg. There's no time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edra's trial ends tomorrow. That is true, yes. But from what I saw of today's trial, Edra should be fine, right?
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Also, this has come up during RT Rolly Tumbling Games. Or RT Games is more colloquially known these days. It's not explained why he's here.
Really?
He just is.
He just kind of shows up.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not sure.
If only I had some whiskey. If you find anything out, come by my office at once. I have plenty of water of life, as they say.
Good.
I might be able to offer you some assist. I found that out during. Okay, slight tangent, but I will immediately go back. I found out what water. I was playing the Sinking City, and there's basically you have like a side quest, a sort of side favor thing to gain information of picking up water of life, which is during the Prohibition, and that's when I found out water of life means whiskey. Water of life is slang for whiskey.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, you know what? That does kind of make sense, at least.
I believe it's because the Irish pronunciation of whiskey means water of life or something like that. Like whiskey comes from a phrase.
I think it does. I think it does.
Just now, every time I hear something that's like water of life, it's like, this is alcohol. I see now.
I understand what you're doing here. Thanks. Bye.
What do you think Mr. Grossbug was doing here anyway?
Yo, I think I know the reason why he's here.
Why?
DL6 incident. He is intimately familiar with people from the DL6 incident, right?
Yeah.
And what did we hear Paulie say last time?
Alright, fair enough.
That'd be the only thing I can think of for his reason to be there. And I think he is there to remind the player, hey, Paulie talked about DL6. Don't forget.
Nobody's home. Hello! I'm not doing the parrot. I take that back immediately. Hey, it's Polly! Where your owner's gone, Polly? Can't believe he's run off and left his poor parrot to fend for itself. To those of you who don't know, but Kyle definitely knows because I bring it up occasionally, Nicky Cage once released a game about individuals' anxiety. Basically, like everyone has like an anxiety ammo based on their anxiety. And since I've seen that, it's the best way to describe my anxiety is a parrot that never shuts the fuck up. Because my grandmother keeps parrots, and they are loud and they are grating, and I do not like them. But I like my grandmother, so it basically boils down to I am avoiding you.
This is fair.
Let's see. It reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number to the safe, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Polly, what's the number to the safe? Let's open it, Nick. Come on.
I'm sure there isn't any money in there.
Ah. But hey. He keeps it locked, right? So there must be something of value in there.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there.
I guess there might be a clue. That's just basically him just giving up at that point. It's just like, yeah, no, I can't stop you, can
I can't stop Hurricane Maya.
Hurricane Maya. The only thing in there is a letter.
A letter? Boring.
There's no name or signature on this thing. It's handwritten in very precise, clear letters.
In the event of my death, I, the caretaker, has murdered these people. This is my confession.
Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth?
Nick, why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here?
How should I know? I'm going to read the whole thing. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. It also says, this is your last chance. Now is the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. The rest of the letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. How to kill Robert Hammond and frame Edgeworth. Calling Edgeworth out to the lake, getting on the boat, firing twice. This is exactly what I figured out today in court. It's all here, in perfect detail.
What do you think it means, Nick?
I don't know. But it looks like these are instructions for that caretaker. When he killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth, he is following instructions.
But who could have written that letter? And what does it mean to get revenge on Miles Edgeworth?
Look, I don't know, okay? One thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue.
This isn't anything. I just was wondering to say what these are.
Oh, those things? They're... You remember from, Like a Dragon.
Oh, those are senbei.
Yep. I like how I didn't need to go into much detail for you to remember. I just had to say, like a dragon, and you were just like, I got it!
To be fair, I did play that recently.
I know, but it's not like cookies were a central theme, you know?
They were a central theme to a good part of it.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we found this letter about your murder.
Edgeworth. See this letter?
Hmm?
This came out of the safe in that shack where that boat rental caretaker lives.
I see. Revenge? On me? Who is that old guy anyway? I don't know.
Could he be an innocent defendant you got declared guilty or something?
Nice, right? But I don't remember that old man. Not at all.
Hey, in my defense, Edgeworth...
So he's following this letter then?
Immediately gotten you cleared.
Which means there's someone else behind it. Now is the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Two men, meaning myself and Robert Hammond. We should take this over to the police, but the game won't let us.
He's already being arrested is the thing. So in this case, it's not as important. Since we are bringing it into the court case tomorrow.
It also says,
would be the logic, but...
This is your last chance.
Last chance. Wait, maybe he's talking about the statute of limitations on the DL6 incident.
There's no statute of limitations on murder. Wait.
Well, in this universe there is.
Wait, that old man. It has in fact comes up in a different case. It's very how it comes up is incredibly stupid, but still hilarious. I will explain it without explaining like the culprit. It boils down to it only counts if you're in the country the your statute of limitation in. So.
Oh, I see.
Which I guess works. But in essence, the person who commits a murder kills the person, flees the country, and then comes back for reasons, and like it's very in the point of Shinjuku. He's like, You missed a few steps as to why they would come back, but all right. And it's like, yeah, we can charge you for this murder now.
I see. It's a bit odd.
What is it? Do you know who he is? Yogi. Could he be Yogi? Yogi? The suspect in the Deal 6 incident. The one who was found innocent.
That would make the most sense.
So Yanni Yogi's name was because, and I found this out when I was looking up for future stuff. He was called that because originally he was going to speak poetry at you, and then they decided we don't want to write poetry for one character.
You know, I don't blame them.
Which is why his name doesn't fit the theme, but it does fit the theme. They just didn't fucking change his name, so what? It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That is honestly fine.
Yanni Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. We just happened to be in the elevator together 15 years ago. The quake was incredibly strong. Before I knew it, everything was dark. We were there for so long, it felt like forever. The air thinned, and the doctors closed in on us in that little box. Became unsettled. Help! I can't breathe! Quiet. I said quiet. You're not making this any easier. I want to get out. Help! Get us out! Don't shout. You just use up more oxygen. If we do attorney investigations, I'll let you be Gregory Edgeworth. I just don't want you to use it for suddenly just a few scenes. That's all I remember.
Do you want me to be Edgeworth during the investigation one if we do that?
Yeah, I would like you to be the main investigator one.
Because that way I'll be doing the most talking overall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still probably be every other voice.
Yeah, but still.
When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. I have to figure out how to do like emulation for other reasons. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. They claimed the oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed the court and Yogi was found innocent. Huh. But isn't that strange? This letter tells him to get revenge on Edgeworth. Why would he want to take revenge on you? Right.
Yeah?
There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether or not I should tell you.
You mean the nightmare?
Just skipping past this since this is flashback.
We've already gone through it, yeah.
I think the time has come to tell all. For the last 15 years, I've had the same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time. What kind of dream? I dream about my father's killing in the dark. I can't breathe. You're using up my air. What? Stop breathing my air! I'll stop you! What? What are you? Stop breathing my air! I'm not gonna scream. No. Father! He's attacking Father! I see the pistol lying by my feet. I don't know if it was evidence from that day in court or with the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol. Get away! Get away from my father! With that scream, I wake. It's a bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the past 15 years. But that's just a dream, right? Right? The thought is the only thing that thought is the only thing that's kept me sane for the last 15 years. But what if I'm wrong? What if it's real? They say that sometimes people want to shut out memories in self-defense. Maybe it was I who killed my father. What? If you think about it, that way, this letter makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why he wanted revenge against me.
Wait, Edgeworth. You mean...
It was me. I was a true criminal of DL6. I shot my father.
This is bad.
What are we gonna do, Nick? What can we do?
I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do, like it or not. If there's someone else who knows a lot about the DL6 incident, maybe...
There is, Nick. There's someone else who knows about DL6.
Holly, right?
No.
Damn. I was hoping I wouldn't have to drink in the whiskey fumes today, but it appears I have been mistaken. Mr. Grossberg!
Hello there! What's wrong? You look troubled. No kidding, I can't believe you're not. My. Just calm down and tell me what's happened. It's Mr. Edgeworth. He... I see. So Edgeworth dreamt he shot his own father. It's only a dream. Only a dream. I wonder. What? If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled? Well, also consider this. Yogi quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles Edgeworth. So deep he wanted to frame him for murder. That leads me to summarize that Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream. It was real, as you imagined. Miles Edgeworth threw the pistol to save his father. The pistol fired, the deed was done. No! I don't believe it. Yogi respected a murder and his career as a bailiff was irrevocably correct. Thus, he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. That was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close.
What do you know about Edgeworth's father?
He was a defense attorney without peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. I might have one peer now I think about it. Your mentor, Mia Fey. My sister? Griggly Edgeworth was very disapproving of Mr. Von Karma's techniques.
That's no surprise.
Von Karma is an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. Result, he has a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Griggly Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods. And? He lost. And died in despair, as it were. I see. When Griggly Edgeworth was killed, the police called on a spirit medium. And that was your mother, Misty Fey. I'm not doing the Grossberg verse because this is serious.
Yeah, no, understand.
I am Griggly Edgeworth. I have been killed. The one who shot me was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi. Yet Yogi was found innocent. That's when my mother left us. Everyone called her a fraud. That's right, everyone thought she was, you see. Yet, now that I think about it, it seems the one who lied was Griggly Edgeworth's ghost. This also comes up in a future case, I forget where, but basically ghosts are not infallible.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, because they're still technically people, you know.
Griggly Edgeworth must have known who shot him.
I don't believe it. So you're saying he falsified his testimony? That Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his son?
It's only a possibility, mind you. But a possibility nonetheless. And now we go somewhere else again. day left, Nick.
As is usual.
I have to
Yeah,
go
I
to the
know.
records room, but I think it wouldn't
No,
let.
that's fine. Yeah, it probably we have to do this whole conversation probably. Looks like Detective Gumshoe hasn't gotten back yet.
Gumshoe? He won't be coming back today. Oh, really? He said there was some guy he had to arrest by tomorrow.
The boat shop caretaker.
He shouted something about catching him if it's the last thing I do, pal.
Good luck, Gumshoe.
What the hell?
What?
I have to go to the records room in the affairs department.
Well, we already did that. You sure you got the right one?
Yeah, we have to go there a second time.
Oh.
Maybe I forgot to do something. Let me maybe retrace my steps. Ah, okay. I'm gonna get something to drink before I continue.
Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, I shall comment on the Dear God, this man's office. What more can I say about this office? Like, you know, there is one thing I can say about this office, actually. Why is there a green globe in the background? How have we not commented on that? Because that's like, what is that? It's very clearly a globe. It looks like it's supposed to spin and everything, but it's entirely green. Bear catching a fish. I've seen that plenty of times. That's very common, honestly. It's not a very unique. It looks like it was hand carved, though. That's good. Actually, I think my grandpa, I think we might still have it. He hand carved a bear carving a fish at one point. That was really well done on his part.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, so this is the letter.
I was just commenting on how very strange some of the things in this room are.
Yeah, I'll look at the green globe when after this.
Yeah, what is that?
It does seem that Yogi was following this letter. When he killed Hammond, of course. But why kill Robert Hammond? Hammond was a skilled defense attorney. But he defended clients not for their sake, but for his own.
Huh? His own sake?
He wanted money. He never trusted his clients, that one. The only thing he trusted was his own ability. But God, he got his client found innocent, so why should it matter? Actually, my dear, it's quite different. He won that innocent verdict for no one but himself.
Oh.
Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined.
Uh-huh.
You understand soon enough. Wait.
What is it?
This letter. I've seen this handwriting somewhere before, a long time ago. Whose handwriting was this? Do you have any idea who wrote this?
Or could it be Manfred von Karma?
Von Karma? Why would he have something to do with this?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'm just blaming him. He seems evil. Von Karma. Von Karma. Wait! You're right, my boy! This is Von Karma's handwriting. I'm sure of it. I see it all the time on court reports. What? But that means... That's the one who told Mr. Yogi to kill was... Correct. Manfred von Karma himself.
What does this mean, then? Why would Von Karma want to frame Edgeworth? Does it not talk about the globe at all?
Nope.
So it's just a green globe in there for no reason.
If it truly was Von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. He would know that Miles Edgeworth had accidentally killed his own father. He'll say as much as tomorrow in court, I should think. You press the point until the court finds Miles Edgeworth guilty.
Oh no.
But how could Von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's past like that? Even Mr. Edgeworth thought it was a nightmare. That I don't know. And I do know that Von Karma is both persistent and perfectionist. He might be seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son.
What do you mean?
It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win. But he didn't make it through the trial unscarred. Okay, after this I have to go use the restroom.
Yeah. What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma?
Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial. But Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence. And though he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusation stood. Faulty evidence? It was the only penalty Von Karma has ever received in his career as a prosecutor. Reggie Edgeworth did a blow to his perfect trial record. Wow. Must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see.
A vacation?
I'll make the perfect sandcastle.
Perfect, just like my truck. No, my trucks!
It was just a week at the beach, but he kept being traumatized and having to go back to the beach. Yes, an unusual event for the man. Usually done within a week tops. Perhaps 3 days if there's a sandcastle building contest close by. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting. Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like go to sea or to the mountains? That time he's never been to Europe.
You have strange ideas about vacations, man.
In any case, that was the only time he took a vacation from work. I believe the penalty upset him quite a lot.
Odd. You wanted to keep a perfect record so badly. Why would you take a long vacation?
What would we do, Nick? I went to speech therapy. I acquired quite the stutter. When Karma's going to bring up the DL6, you can bet on it. When Major Edgeworth pleads guilty to DL6.
Won't let him.
Yes, Mr. Wright, please don't slam my desk. I hate to say this, but even accidental murder is still murder, you know. In our broken court of law, there is only first-degree murder and nothing else.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here like, I mean, I guess? Just like trying to parse his statement here, but hang on a second. I know that. I just believe in Edgeworth's innocence. Also, I don't believe in mahogany desks. They're shit. I can't believe he kills someone.
You've made my desk sad, Mr. Rice. It's drooping, and it's not even mahogany. It's just it's like rose sculptured chocolate or something.
Yeah.
But Nick, Mr. Edgeworth admits it himself. His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave.
I don't care. I know he's not guilty.
Mr. Rice, if you say so, I suppose I could go check again. The police files might hold something of interest.
Mr. Grossberg, thank you.
I can't promise anything. In fact, I think the chances to find something are slim.
I understand. The police materials.
Okay, now we can go back, but I'm going to use the restroom first.
You need to go there. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Still can't believe there's no goddamn reason for a green goddamn globe. Who makes a green globe like that?
It's a globe of Uranus. Or, what is it, Neptune, I guess?
One of those, yeah. intense investigation music. Very intense.
Want to know the dumbest thing that still sticks with my mind occasionally?
What's that?
There was a period before Pluto was decided to not be a planet anymore, which I still think is, crap.
I understand why they did that one. At least.
Yeah, it's a dwarf planet outside the solar system. I still think it's bullshit. I've been taught so much in schools, you can't unteach me. They announced they found a 10th planet out in the barriers of the solar system, and they named it Xena. And I remember back in Pine Hill, which was basically a private school I went to for autism. We would get credit for doing various tests, read the news or whatever. And it's you can get credit for we call them beats. We basically bought things with them. Their hint was this was based on a cartoon show, and it's Xena's I don't know what that is, and I looked it up later, and Xena is a TV show. It's live action. It's not a cartoon show. They're distinct things. This is a weird hill to die on, but I will die on it.
Oh dear.
I'm not really that angry. It pops in my head occasionally. It's that's not what they thought. That's not a cartoon show.
They would just popped in to see Edgeworth for 2 seconds. Or hey Edgeworth, how's it going? We gotta get to the police station. Bye.
Oh, this was actual thing. My bad. Go in as long as he's there. Von Karma? Yeah, he's just arrived actually.
Karma's in the records room.
Nick, let's hurry.
Thus we shall take our time meandering towards the evidence locker, for it does not do anyone well to run in the halls.
Dusty as always.
We were only here just yesterday. I'm sure they haven't had time to clean.
This is where the janitors have their smoke break. What's wrong, Nick?
Nothing. I was just noticing that he isn't here. Von Karma. Yeah, where is he? That's actually a decently good question. Oh yeah, no, Von Karma's in there. You can be there as long as he's in there. Von Karma, would you please come to the records room?
I think I have to look at something for him to show up.
One of these lockers. Probably. Probably on the right. It's the open drawer. Open drawer right there. You see that?
I see it, yeah. Huh? Well, the drawers here is open.
Someone must have been looking at it recently.
Labor says unsolved cases evidence.
Unsolved cases?
Nick! The file for Deal 6, it's completely empty.
What?
That's you.
Oh yeah. What are you doing in here?
I know I'm supposed to be reacting, but he kind of looks like he's, going to school. Nick! Von Karma!
You? How did you know my name? What?
Huh?
Have we met?
What are you saying? We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team.
Ben's team.
This would have been a complete ass pull, but immensely hilarious if it turns out the Von Karma we're fighting against is an imposter.
Yeah, that would be absolutely hilarious. I beg your pardon. You see, I really remember defense tennis. That would have actually been a great poll of just Von Karma is actually not a bad guy. There's just somebody that's going around using his name. The one that Edgeworth has been getting taken care of is the nice one. The one that we're up against is just a fake one.
It's like a They're both fun karma. Just one of them has a different first name, and no one has caught on.
Yeah. Oh, they're like bugs to me. Needless things to be crushed. I can see how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor.
Okay, we present the we chat and then present the letter to him.
I see.
Mr. Edgeworth is your student, right?
Our romanticist who still can't shed that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father, always second rate. Mr. Von Karma. You had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you?
It wasn't an axe, it was a guillotine. Please get it correct.
Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney. Why? Because he dealt a blow to your otherwise perfect trial record.
I just had the random thought of Mist Von Karma being actually nice to like janitors and stuff.
He's currently holding the DL6 file. I think that's why they're using this different image of him.
Yeah, then also we're facing head on. It's just the mental image of, he's a scumbag to most people, including defense attorneys. But it's like, if you're not part of the law and therefore part of his space, he's perfectly cordial to you.
It would be hilarious, actually. Yeah.
He tips well to waiters.
So you did, but what I don't get is, why did you take his son under your wing afterwards? The son of your most bitter rival.
I'm not going to leave a child to die in the street on the world of foster care.
Have you seen the foster care system? It's shit.
A perfectionist like me can't handle it.
I've been trying to fix it for years. So far, I've failed at every turn.
So far, I've advanced slowly.
Methodically. It sucks.
It's quite frankly abysmal.
That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial.
Then I can finally go home and get some sleep. 20 minutes of sleep.
It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt. His guilt of 15 years ago, you mean? You're quite the researcher. If you've done your homework so well, then certainly you must understand. You know what Miles Edgeworth will tell the court tomorrow.
That he has a nightmare? No, that is also likely to say. This trial has thrown me in quite a wrench in a lot of my plans. Who was that Larry Butts man, anyways? He compels me.
Not sure if it's something about his name, but...
He fascinates me.
Oh god, we meet this man's daughter later on, don't we?
We do, yeah. We never meet his wife. I'm going to... Because he does talk about her fondly, I'm going to assume that she's either dead from natural causes or just not available, if anything.
Maybe, yeah. You're right. So Von Karma's going to bring up DL6 in court tomorrow.
Now here's the dumb thing we have to do.
Which is? Oh, show him the letter? Yeah, because that's a great idea. What could go wrong, Nem?
That's still you.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Von Karma, have a look at this. This was you, wasn't it? You instructed Yanni Yogi to commit the murder.
See, you could have just presented this into police custody and then brought this up in court, but no.
No, couldn't have done that, no. Then again, considering that Karma apparently has rigged evidence in court cases before, I don't think that would have mattered.
Could probably check his handwriting against court records, though.
Yep. Yanni Yogi. How many years has it been since I've heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it.
No, it doesn't say that. Damn!
There's like 5 policemen around the corner. So you admit?
So you admit it. You
Detective Gumshoe just busts in through the window.
chasing Yami Yogi.
Just turns and glares at him.
You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter.
Yes, my dear defense attorney. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring it to me. We're gonna get punched again, aren't we?
Actually, I think it's someone else.
You've saved me from a lot of needless hassle. What?
Nick, what is that thing?
A stun gun for self-defense. Usually.
This is the only time this appears, so this is a very unique image.
Uh-huh. Indeed. 600,000 volts will course through your body like a dog touching an electric fence. 600,000? Oh, don't worry. People don't die from it, usually. Now, give me the letter. No.
No!
Whoa, what are you?
Nick, run!
Ah. But Maya! Out of my way. Ow. Oh, he got us.
Surprised there's no
letters.
cameras in the record room.
There are, actually, is the dumb thing. We know that from a different case.
Oh, yeah. And yes, it doesn't come up. This is the thing, which is why I said that.
Yeah, I know. You forgot about that too, huh?
Yeah, because I think the game did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Oh well, what can we do? The letter's gone, of course. And he took the Deal 6 evidence. All of it. Back to having no clues. Wait, Maya jumped first. Maya, is she okay? Maya! Maya, open your eyes. She's just still crackling with electricity.
She's spasming.
Maya!
The letter. Did he take it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Are you okay?
I couldn't stop him. I jumped as fast as I could, but one shot of that thing knocked me off and knocked me out cold. I'm useless.
Let me just point out that, like, normally a stun gun doesn't knock you unconscious.
Yeah, that thing's been souped up to hell and back.
Souped up doesn't begin to describe that thing. That thing is legally a lethal weapon at this point.
Legally, Japan law says I can't carry a gun. Does not say anything about a soup-up stun gun. I'm no good as a lawyer or a medium. I can't even call my sister. You're not a lawyer. You're an assistant. There's a difference. Not even now when we need her the most. Wish I hadn't woken up at all.
Ouch. Just ouch. Maya. There has to be some way I can help her. I heard something about her self-confidence first. Maya, she's holding something.
I did it.
What is
Signed Von Karma.
A bullet?
In the event I need to commit suicide, here's all the crimes I've committed.
why have we been finding a lot of these lately? Deal 6 incident, evidence number 7, taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. I remember Von Karma was holding this when Maya jumped him. Still bears clear ballistic markings. I'll prove to you, Maya. You're most definitely not useless. I'll prove it to you in court tomorrow. She, given that what she managed to grab from him, this does save the case, so. Let's go. Let's kick this guy's ass. Preferably when he's not holding a stun gun. Listen, it's not pleasant. Okay? It's not fun getting stunned.
No, I know.
This is it. Judgment Day.
There's another meme that happens in this coming up, so my thing still stands.
Oh no. Today things are going to get settled at last. A lot of things. What's the big idea?
Sorry, Nick. I only touched your shoulder. I guess the shock was worn off from my run-in with the stun gun yesterday. That could have just been static electricity. Anyhow, today's the last day of the trial. Good luck, Nick.
Yeah. Thanks, Maya. Edgeworth is looking glum as always. I hope Von Karma doesn't push him too hard. What?
What are you doing? Sorry, I'm sorry. Just thought I'd cheer you up with a pat on the back.
Maya.
Oh, you've also been electrocuted by Von Karma's disciplining tool, have you? It's fine. After a while, you become immune to electricity.
But then why were you shocked?
I became a. Do you not understand what disciplining tools mean? Right.
They're saying you were never punished.
Oh, I was punished. That was discipline. Do you not understand what disciplinary means?
Yes, but you got shocked by it.
Yes.
Just now.
Well, I still feel it. I'm just used to it.
Immune to electricity.
Well, it's. I haven't been punished by it in a while. Maybe it's wearing off.
No comment. There are things I could say, but no comment.
Literally, it's like, crap. He's right. Kyle's right. I have to word this to make it worse.
Oh. Maybe you should go outside and discharge?
Right. Good idea.
Try not to get to electrocute anyone anyway.
She tells Von Karma dies.
Yeah, it's like, oh, no.
You know what? My first thought was Gumshoe, but I was hoping to be Von Karma.
That's definitely Gumshoe getting electrocuted right there. What's gone into that girl? Detective Gumshoe. Morning, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth.
Good morning.
You have to forgive me. I'm feeling very energetic all of a sudden. How did it go, Detective?
I tried this new thing called battery acid spaghetti. Don't try it. You're not laughing as hard as you should, so I don't think you actually know what I'm talking about.
It's just, just he got shocked. Battery acid spaghetti. Just a lot of electrical things in his diet lately.
So you don't know what it is?
No, I don't.
Someone proposed. I think I posted it in AJ's games, but I'll explain to you very quick. Someone proposed of getting like sour like sour like string candy, and then like mix it in with energy drink.
Oh no!
And basically like I would let everyone know how it goes. Don't do this. And then there's a string of people going, I'm gonna try this. Don't do this.
I can't be that bad, guys. Don't do this.
Pretty much, yeah. There's even like one person.
We have made a mistake.
There's even like one person mentioning that 3 people count as a peer-reviewed scientific study. Another one point out that they popped a bubble and they should have realized something was wrong when it didn't really deflate or anything. It just stayed.
Why?
It's something I want to see on Binging with Babbage, just so I can see how we can improve it.
You don't improve that. You don't improve that at all.
I don't know, maybe you make like,
No, you throw that out and you make a different dish.
Okay, I just want to see him eat it.
Oh,
I want to see a face-to-face reaction.
You want to torment the man, I see. Have no fear. As promised, I've captured our runaway caretaker. I just brought him in. Took all night, pal. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. You must be tired.
No, I drink energy drinks back to front.
Actually, after that shock I got on the way in, I feel pretty good. We're just gonna leave that, okay? Yogi says he's forgotten his own name.
I mean, to be fair, he is a detective, and detectives do stakeout, so...
Well, yeah. It's more just after getting electrified, I feel pretty good about myself. Heard that chuckle. That has to be allowed. Why would he want revenge on Edgeworth if he couldn't remember his past?
On the note that we didn't read, that said on the back says, "You want revenge on these people because they ruined your life."
We just did flip it over. It's like the goddamn grocery list all over again.
Yes.
He does remember, and I'm going to prove it.
Von Karma just duped this poor man into committing a murder.
Oh, God, that poor man. December 28th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready. Right. Very well, then. We have reached the final day of our proceedings in this trial. I ask that the prosecution submit decisive evidence. Understood. Come on, don't be awed into silence by every little thing he says. Very well, Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Right. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe's efforts, the boat rental shop caretaker has been arrested. In yesterday's trial, the defense asserted that the caretaker was the murderer.
I need to double check something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hit the button once, so I can talk where you're gone. However, the caretaker has yet to confirm this. Maybe because he's still pretending to be an absolute idiot. I can't tell. I've never been good with witnesses.
Sorry, I thought I heard someone knock on the door, so I'm double checking that.
No worries. Just like the idea that like he and Edgeworth both are just terrible with witnesses at the same time.
If someone did knock my door, or if someone did knock on the door, I didn't. It's not my door. Which won't be for another week.
Oh no.
Sorry, it's just in like this week and then next week, this isn't gonna be my house anymore, and it just suddenly dawned on me that again, I've only been in this house for 7 months.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Very jarring, I imagine. I'd like to ask the defense to cross-examine him as much as necessary. Very well. Please bring the witness into the courtroom. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the court, I believe you all remember our witness. He lives in the boat rental shop on the lake from where he witnessed the incident. In addition, he has currently lost memory of his name and identity. Witness. Why did you run away yesterday? The witness was not running away, as he will not testify. I see. Very well, please begin your testimony.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm really sorry about just leaving yesterday like I did. But I wasn't running away or nothing. I had went to buy some food for Polly, see? I figured it had nothing to do with this incident anyhow. Or, I mean, any one of those motive things, right? And I don't got one. So my judgment yesterday stands as is.
You notice that he is, like, more eloquent in this moment?
Yep.
It's a very clear difference. Let's begin the cross-examination, shall we? He has to know his name. Yanni Yogi. You're Yanni Yogi, and I'm going to prove it. Somehow. Some way.
Okay, this is a press situation.
I mean, I figured it was. Is that the press right there? Or?
I mean, you want me to?
No, wait. No, he's just going to talk about the motive, isn't he?
I mean, we might as well.
Yeah. You've lost much of your memory, is that correct?
Yep. Seems like it.
Then how could you know that you didn't have anything to do with this incident? Or maybe you're lying about not having your memory. You know exactly who you are. The witness has testified quite clearly that he has no memory of who he is. If you claim he's lying, then show the court proof. How am I supposed to prove what's going on in that old codger's head? That's impossible. I'm glad you come to your senses, Mr. Wright. Very well, witness. Please continue. It was very easy to come to my senses after getting a very sharp electric shock recently.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Is this where we need to press? This feels like it's where we need it. Well, I mean, you could just press on everything it says. There's no limit to it. How can you say you had no motive? I say you do. You had a grudge against Edgeworth and the victim, Robert Hammond. That's why you took revenge on them, right? Please don't make me repeat myself, Mr. Wright. This witness has no memory of anything beyond several years ago. He can't hold a grudge. It's impossible. I don't he's lying about his memory. Otherwise, it's going to be the same thing over and over until this trial ends. Well, might I say something, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? You've been saying the same thing now over and over. I've only said it twice, actually, but it feels like an infinite time. You've been calling the witness's memory of the past or lack thereof into question. But does this really have anything to do with the current case? Of course, Your Honor. The witness has said he has nothing to do with this case and no motive. Both of these statements are lies. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, there's a serious problem with your claim. Or are you saying you know who this witness is? Of course, Your Honor. Oh, now this is interesting. I'd like to know myself. So who is he? Don't play dumb, Von Karma. really doesn't say here. Mr. Wright, please tell us this witness's name.
We know it's Yami Yogi.
Yanni Yogi. His name is Yanni Yogi, a former court bailiff. Yogi? That name seems familiar. Oh! Yanni Yogi, from the Deal 6 incident. He figures the judge would have heard of it. It was such a famous case.
I was there!
Actually, I was there for that one.
I was the judge!
What does this mean?
This brings me down memory lane.
Judge, I need you to focus. Your Honor, if this man is Mr. Yogi, then he has a clear motive. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Jumping to conclusions again, Mr. Wright. This man, this witness, is Yanni Yogi? Fascinating. However, how do you propose to prove this to court? This is a court of law, as you may recall. You need proof. And allow me to repeat myself once more, that the witness has lost his memory. This is it. I have to do this now. I can't prove he's Yogi right here, right now. And I've got nowhere else to go.
Nick, I'm gonna prove it. How can you prove that he's Yanni Yogi?
It's okay. It's actually quite simple.
It's actually quite stupid, but we'll get to that.
It's the parrot, isn't it? Please take
No.
this man's fingerprints.
No, that happens later.
Oh, I see.
This is still stupid,
no.
though.
This is very stupid, yes. And we'll compare them to the fingerprints on file for Yanni Yogi 15 years ago. I see. That makes sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Huh? I'm so very sorry, Mr. Wright. But why? The witness has no fingerprints. What? What? No fingerprints.
You see, before work as a caretaker, I worked at a chemical plant. I burned my fingers working with this stuff. Yup.
What? Yogi, you sneak. You burned your fingerprints off to hide your past.
I can't imagine doing that even for revenge.
Yeah, no, me either. Well, look, the witness has no fingerprints. I guess we will not be able to prove his identity.
Well, we could always use the dental records.
Oh, and there's also hair follicles as well we could use. Oh, and his state-issued license. I'm sure he has one of those. After all, he owns a business. No,
See?
moving on? Okay.
So, yeah, like I said, see?
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Well, what will you do now, Mr. Rex? Seems that the case has been decided, no? No? I know what happened. I know everything. I just can't prove it. But no, I can't lay it in like this. I can't lose. There has to be another way. There's no one who can testify as to who this witness is. No one.
Nick, what are we gonna do?
I didn't even consider that he might have erased his fingerprints. What do I do? Just tisk tisk. Well, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to cross-examine his parrot for a little comic relief, hmm?
Don't make jokes,
yeah,
Von Karma.
very funny. You're a sore winner, Mr. Von Karma. Wait a second. I'll cross-examine his parrot.
What is it, Nick? No, you're not going to.
Your Honor? The defense would like to take Mr. Von Karma up on his proposal. Take Mr. Von Karma up? On my proposal?
I didn't expect you to accept my marriage proposal so easily, right?
Exactly, Your Honor. I would like to cross-examine the witness's pet parrot. I forgot how silly this is.
This kind of feels like a turning point for that leads sort of into the fact that Ace Attorney gets wackier.
Yeah. It's a very funny way to handle things. I do love it, actually.
They dial it back for like the 5th case, but at that point, they were on like I think working on game 3 at the time.
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's still like this is where things are going to get weird.
Yep. Oh, well, what do you think, Mr. Von Karma? Did you even ask? This is a farce. I object. Wait a second. You were the one who suggested I cross-examine the parrot, Von Karma.
In jest!
I have a right to do as you suggested.
In jest! Do you not understand sarcasm?
Well, if you're so desperate, then please be my guest. Of course, should you go through with this, and nothing comes of it, then I hope you're ready for the consequences.
Nick, this is crazy.
Well, still want to go through with your little game? Yes, I'm doing it.
Canonically, we go through it. This is a canon event.
This is a canon event. We can't avoid this, Von Karma. I will cross-examine her, Your Honor. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Von Karma's rigged every person's testimony, every piece of evidence. Except the parrot. She's the last chance. At least, I think so. The look on his face is just like, oh dear God, this is going to be so stupid.
It is going to be so stupid.
This is not going to end well for me. Oh God, damn it! It's just a bird on a stick.
I'm not going to do Polly. I don't think we should do Polly at all. We should just let the text ride.
Yeah, probably. Please tell us your name. Name! The witness is ignoring me. Must hurt to be ignored by a bird. Very well, witness. Who is your owner? Please testify for us. Certainly the most concise testimony we've had so far. Very well, begin your cross-examination.
I know that's possible to be the sign of Judge being wacky, but you gotta admit, if you know a parrot can talk, you're gonna try and make it talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just human nature.
Right.
What are you gonna do, Nick?
I don't know. What do we do, Maya? The blind leading the blind here, isn't it? Is this one of those ones where we like present something, or
Do you think a bird's gonna understand evidence you present?
no? Do we need to press on something, don't we? Witness, you can't just say hello and expect us to get anywhere. I want you to testify. What are we doing? You talk to her.
Right, what do I say?
Have we forgotten something? As I recall, 2 days ago.
Not saying this. This is the past.
Yep. Polly. If I can get Polly to say that here, that will prove that the caretaker had something to do with Deal 6.
Polly? Have we forgotten something?
You retrained the bird.
That's not what you're supposed to say. Forgot something we forgot. Uh-oh. It's not working, Nick. She won't say it.
This is ridiculous. Why won't you say it? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Something the matter, Mr. Wright? Wait. Don't tell me One Karma expected this. He couldn't have retrained the parrot, could he?
I took a
What?
class in training all animal just in case this would come up.
You son of a bitch. Did he turn out to respond when we asked if we'd forgotten anything?
To be perfectly honest, Von Karma feels like a villain in a Columbo episode.
Yeah, he does. So we need her to say something different?
Yeah.
Oh, because he retrained her, but... What's your name? Hey, should I get her to say her name?
Polly, what's your name?
Mr. Wright. I think we've established that this parrot is named Polly. Does it have anything to do with her owner's identity? No, it doesn't. What? Why would it be of course? That doesn't make any sense.
You want to check the course record?
Yeah, go through it. One more? Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh. Back. Yeah, I see now. It does. Back. Of course. Yes, it does. Huh. Fascinating. You claim that the parrot's name will prove her owner's identity? Then show us this proof. The court record, then, huh?
Nick, did you think you're taking the bluffing a little too far? This is done better in a different game.
Uh-huh. Listen. We're not here to answer the question of who is the caretaker. We're here to prove that he is Yanni Yogi. All we have to do is tie the name Polly to Yogi. Your Honor, the proof that the parrot's name reveals the caretaker's identity is... the Deal 6 case file. That's quite a large file you have there. Which page is the proof on, then? Show us, or stop wasting our time. Very well. Mr. Wright, please show us the page. Where in the file is the information connected to this parrot's name?
Suspect data.
Suspect data, yeah. It's on the suspect data page. This page is all the information about Yanni Yogi. Right after he was arrested, his fiancée committed suicide, see? Indeed, it does say that, yes. What was his fiancée's name? Polly Jenkins. Polly! Exactly, Your Honor. He wanted to remember the name of his fiancée who had committed suicide. That's why he named his parrot after her. I see. I guess it is possible. A mere coincidence, that's all. My granddaughter has a dog she calls Phoenix. Well, Mr. Wright, does that make you my granddaughter's fiancé?
It just makes a certain character we're going to find out later have a kid, and I don't think that ever comes up.
Yeah.
Or he has more than one child, which also doesn't come up.
She's only 7 years old. Indeed. Alone is a little weak for evidence in a murder trial. We would need some other corroborating evidence. Where are we going to find that?
Nick, we're getting closer. One more, if we can just get one more piece of evidence.
Right, the what? Very well, witness, you may continue.
It's the only one option left.
Yeah. You've got to say the number of that safe.
Huh? The safe? Why?
Let's just try to get her to say anything, okay?
Polly, what's the number of the safe in the shack?
1228. My, what a reckless failure. Well, Mr. Wright, you aren't claiming that this number has something to do with the caretaker? Core record again, doesn't it? Yeah. That's why I had her say it. Right, it's 3 days after the start of the case. I mean, December 28th, the date of the Deal 6 incident. Ha, ridiculous. How can a number to a safe tell us who the caretaker is? Show us your proof. What could possibly link this number to the caretaker's true identity? Deal 6 incident. The Deal 6 case file. What is this obsession you have with that case? Mr. Wright, where in this file is something relating to the safe number?
That would be the case summary.
Summary? Yeah, because it happened on that date. It's on the case summary page. The case summary. Specifically the date on which the Deal 6 incident occurred. The date of the incident, December 28th? Well, that's today's date, 15 years ago. And the number on that safe is 1228. Ah! Use the date of the Deal 6 incident as the number for his safe, Your Honor. That's how important that date was to him. I see. It certainly is an interesting coincidence. People often do set their secret numbers to dates. Oh, this is not tangible proof. I set my ATM card's number to 0001 because I'm number 1. Why did you say that?
No one can steal my identification.
This has nothing to do with the date. Nothing. I think we've reached a conclusion here. This is a mere coincidence, that's all. True, that is a possibility. However, 2 coincidences at the same time seems more like a pattern to me. What are you saying? Summon the caretaker of the boat shop. Immediately. Witness. Tell us your name. Wait. The witness, he doesn't remember.
No. It's okay.
Okay, you want to do it?
Yeah, I'm still the caretaker. Sit.
Damn, that's a glow up right there.
There's actually cut animations in the original of him like breaking his facade. I've accomplished what I needed to do. I'm done. Nick, he looks totally different.
This is the real Yogi, I think. Finally. He's been acting feeble to hide his true identity. Acting for 15 years. Well, let me ask you again. Please state your name for the court.
My name is Yanni Yogi. 15 years ago, I served as a bailiff in this very court.
Order. Yanni Yogi. So was it you who killed Robert Hammond? And tried to frame Miles Edgeworth for his death?
Yes, it was me. I did it. They put me on the witness stand 15 years ago. Robert Hammond, he said I was mentally unsound. He told me it would make me innocent, get me off the hook. So, I pretended to have brain damage. I was innocent, really, but he didn't believe me. We won the trial, but I lost everything. I lost my job, my fiancée, my social standing. Then this year, 15 years later, a package arrived. It was a letter and a pistol. The plan was written out in careful detail. It was a plan for me to take my revenge on the people who ruined my life. I didn't care who had sent it. I thought this was my chance after 15 years. This was it. Finally, a chance to have my revenge on Robert Hammond and Miles Edgeworth. I have no regrets.
Wait a moment. Revenge against Miles Edgeworth? What do you mean?
I'm not at liberty to speak on that matter. Why don't you ask Mr. Edgeworth yourself? Anyway, I admit it. I was the one who killed Robert Hammond.
Von Karma, where is Mr. Yogi? Under arrest, Your Honor. I saw no room for error in his confession. Then the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, is...
One sec, my cat Stormy is yelling at me to feed her, so I'm gonna do that real quick.
No problem, that gives me an opportunity to grab Darren from downstairs. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I got snow peas and shrimp here.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
I always find out I like asparagus when it's cooked, so I'm cooking up I'm roasting a couple things of asparagus in the air fryer.
Hmm. Innocent, in this case at least. Hmm. Very well. Will the defendant please take the stand? There are a few mysteries left unsolved. Still, you are cleared of suspicion for this particular case.
I need to get something real quick.
Hmm.
Nothing major, just a container to put what I cooked in.
Nope, fair enough. Maybe a little bit of a hiss as I open a bottle of stuff. Hmm.
Before I got the news that we're officially going, I bought like a bunch of butter because I use it a lot in cooking, and now I'm like I have to use a lot of butter because otherwise it's either going to waste or I have to give it to my dad's. It's an interesting point of irony.
I would like to pass judgment on the murder of Mr. Robert Hammond. Any objections? I don't believe it. Why isn't Von Karma saying anything? Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, not guilty. Pop the confetti. Good, I love that part.
That'll be
That's
the air
all. This
fryer.
court is adjourned. Oh dear.
The fire alarm!
Oh no.
Sorry, I forgot how loud it can get.
Oh, I thought it was like, damn, one of the confetti's landed on something flammable. Did someone just say objection? It wasn't Von Karma. Wait, but that means... No. Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I object to your judgment.
What do you mean? I'm not innocent of you.
I'm not innocent at all. As we have heard, Yami Yogi killed Robert Hammond in revenge. But revenge for what? Nick, he's just trying to confess. He's going to say he's guilty. He's going to tell them why he's the murderer in the DL6 incident. We can hear you. You're not quiet. He's going to tell them he killed his own dad.
What do I do?
It doesn't say anything. Regardless, so up to you.
Raise an objection. The judgment's already passed. I object to Edgeworth's outburst. Oh no, wait. We already used that argument, didn't we? Yep, there it is. Then suddenly this happened yesterday too. I believe a certain witness raised an objection after a guilty verdict was passed. That would be Larry. We must hear this new statement. We must hear Miles Edgeworth. Unfortunately, this decision actually gets Karma screwed over, but they don't know it in the moment.
For Karma is just focused on revenge. He doesn't think about all of the possibilities.
Yep. He's right. We have a duty to hear Mr. Edgeworth out.
For 15 years, I have a recurring dream. A nightmare. It's only a nightmare. That's what I told myself. But now I know it wasn't a dream. Yami Yogi wasn't the killer.
You mean in the incident where your father died?
From the distance of the shot, it wasn't suicide either. Everything was as clear as day. The murderer, the criminal in the DL6 incident, it was me. Your Honor, I confess my guilt. I am guilty for DL6, the statute of limitations of which ends today. The culprit is me.
Bad time to take a bite. Order! Order! It's certainly unexpected. The defendant, declared innocent, is confessing to a different crime. A crime for which the statute of limitations runs out today. I'm not really sure how I should deal with this. Ah! It's obvious. You hold a trial right here, right now. We tried this man for his crime of 15 years ago. I think we'd like to take a 5-minute recess. During this time, I will consider the appropriate course of action to take. Court is adjourned.
I'm sorry, right? I just wasted all of your effort.
Mr. Edgeworth, I don't believe it, sir. I mean, you kill your dad?
I didn't want to believe it myself, Detective. But it's the truth. I deserve to be punished. Murder is murder, no matter what the circumstances.
This is crazy. Just crazy.
Nick? What are you doing?
Huh? Oh. I was just reading through the court record once more. I'm getting my case ready.
Your case? For what?
Huh? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to prove that Miles Edgeworth is innocent. But what are you talking about, pal? He just admitted to it. He confessed that he did it. In court. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. But I don't believe your nightmare.
What?
It's just a dream. It's not real. Truth is right here in this court record. In any case, tighten your belts. The real fight is just beginning. I'll prove you're innocent. Trust me.
Right.
No,
Oh, the fact the music's still going, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Now then, I'd like to resume our trial. Judge, Miles Edgeworth has admitted to his own guilt. He has confessed his crime. Let us begin by hearing his testimony. Then, though pointless, let the defense do their cross-examining. The statute of limitations on the DL6 incident runs out today. Though it's unconventional for me, I'd like to run this one by the book. Let's see, does the defense have any objections? No, Your Honor. Well, Karma, you knew this was going to happen from the beginning, didn't you? Very well. Will Miles Edgeworth take the stand? Will the witness state his name and profession?
Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecuting attorney.
Mr. Edgeworth, 15 years ago, you mistakenly killed your father, Gregory Edgeworth. Is this correct?
It is correct.
Then testify about this matter to the court. When Edgeworth was telling me about his dream yesterday, I noticed something. One detail didn't quite fit.
I will look through the DLC case file, because that's what we need to do, just so you know what he's talking about.
He's talking about the bullet hole in the window, right? Yeah, murder weapon was fired twice. Yeah, so it was fired twice. If you threw it once, then why was it fired a second time? That would be the key. But only if I can get it to work.
Please, please. That day, I have gone to the courtroom to observe one of my father's trials. As we went to leave, an earthquake struck, trapping us in the elevator. My father and Mr. Yugi lost their composure and began to argue. Just then, something heavy fell at my feet. I picked it up and threw it at Mr. Yogi. I wanted them to stop fighting. A moment later, there was a single gunshot and then a scream. It was a terrible scream. I remember it to this day. That's all.
Up until now, you thought this memory was a dream?
We're stuck in that elevator for 5 hours. The oxygen in the elevator ran out and I lost my memory of the events.
Ah, the same claim Mr. Yogi has made. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, it's that detail about the thrown pistol, isn't it?
I think it is. Let me know.
Do you press on it, or do you, like, what do you do?
It's a certain statement. I just needed to make sure I counted correctly. That was it.
All right. Press. Or
It's present.
pistol, or present. Present, yes. Are you sure you only heard one gunshot?
Yes, I'm sure of that. I heard the shot and the scream. Then everything faded. I was unconscious until the rescuers came.
I see. No, Your Honor. Unfortunately, you don't. Look at this file one more time. This plainly contradicts the witness's testimony. You enjoy dragging out that file, don't you? I don't accept this evidence unless you can tell us what page it's on. Which page contradicts Miles Edgeworth's testimony? Victim data. Look at the victim data in this file. It says it quite plainly. The murder weapon was fired twice. Miles Edgeworth only heard one gunshot. Yet the murder weapon was fired twice. The first shot was the accidental firing when the pistol was thrown. So, who fired the remaining shot? Was there perhaps another shooter who fired that second shot? Your Honor, as I'm sure you're aware, this incident occurred 15 years ago. The evidence is dated. This pistol did fire twice. However, we do not know when that second shot was fired. It might have been fired the day before the incident. There's no proof that the second shot had anything to do with this incident. No, there's proof. What? I see. You have a point, Mr. Wright. Murder weapon was fired twice, as we have heard. One of those shots was fired by the defendant, a boy at the time. Do you have any proof that the other shot fired had something to do with the case? Yes, actually. Your Honor, I think I'll be able to show you the proof. What? Impossible! Now, Mr. Von Karma, save your surprise for after you've seen the evidence. Very well, Mr. Wright, show us your proof. Do you have evidence that the second firing of the pistol is related to this incident? Yeah, the picture of the body. If Look closely. There's a bullet hole in the window. Look at this photograph. This is a photograph of the scene of the crime 15 years ago. I can see that the victim lying there is Gregory Edgeworth. This proves the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. This photo proves it. So let me get this straight. This photo proves 2 shots were fired? Where? Your Honor, please get a clue. I mean, it is at the top of the image, and it is kind of hard to notice sometimes. That should be obvious. The contradiction is here. I see. A bullet hole in the door. Your Honor, Gregory Edgeworth was killed by a shot from the pistol. Yet there's also a bullet hole in the elevator door. You also know the murder weapon was fired twice. Thus, someone other than Edgeworth fired that second shot. Order! Mr. Rice, what are you driving at? It's simple, Your Honor. At the time of the incident, 2 shots were fired. One went into Gregory Edgeworth's heart.
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
No worries. The other hit the elevator door. Remember that the defendant lost consciousness after the shot he fired rang out? In conclusion, we must agree the second shot was fired by someone else. But Mr. Rice, but who could that someone else be? The murderer, of course. I knew I should have stepped in before your wild fantasies got out of hand. Mr. Wright, look once more at the DL6 incident case file. Look closely. Try the case summary page. Case summary, that's on page 1. Look what is written there. Not a single clue was found on the scene. If the pistol had indeed been fired 2 times, then the other bullet would have been discovered on the scene. He does have a point. That second bullet has never been found. Why? Because the second bullet does not exist. The bullet that claimed Gregory Edgeworth's life was the one fired by his own son. That is the truth of this matter, the whole truth. It was undoubtedly something else that made that bullet hole in the door. Are you sure about that? Actually, this is a terrible argument overall.
Though, to be fair, he probably expected none of this to happen.
Yeah. Mr. Wright has proven one thing to us quite clearly. That the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. However, Professor Farkama says the second bullet fired was not found. It is highly unlikely that the police merely overlooked the second bullet. So all we have is a single bullet fired. I'm afraid I have to discount the defense's claim. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I praise the judge for his wisdom in this matter. How did this happen? I don't believe that the second bullet didn't exist. Was I wrong? Have I been wrong about this whole incident?
What are you doing, Nick? Why aren't you raising an objection?
Sorry, Brian.
What?
It looks like I was wrong.
Nick?
If the second bullet wasn't there, then all my conjectures are for nothing.
No. You said you'd do it, Nick. You said to get Edgeworth declared innocent.
I'm sorry. It's just when I saw the photograph, I thought that 2 shots had been fired. I was so certain of it. I thought I'd won. I thought there was another person, someone who fired the killing shot. But now, I was wrong to think it could be that simple. This case has stood unsolved for 15 years.
Nick.
Well, it seems we have finally cleared up this incident. Only 1 bullet was found at the scene of the crime. That shot was fired by Miles Edgeworth. Precisely. I'd like to ask one thing of Miles Edgeworth before passing my verdict. Have you been paying attention to the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections?
No, I do not.
So you killed your father, though that was not your intention.
Yes, I did. Oh no. He's accepted the guilt.
Very well. Statute of limitations on the murder of Gregory Edgeworth runs out today. Therefore, I must pronounce a verdict on the defendant today, right here. Right now. Indeed. Does anyone have any objections? Been here before. It's just like my first day in court. So many things I should know I should be saying. My mind's gone blank. I can't find the words. Mr. Wright. I have an objection. Your Honor. I object. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Wright, on what grounds do you object, Oof.
Nick?
I don't know. His case is perfect.
Oh no.
Ah. Must exist. Second bullet.
What?
What? What did you just say?
Nothing.
Second bullet must exist? But where?
Someone took it.
Someone took it. Seems waiting is not going to produce us any answers, Mr. Wright. Wait, Your Honor. The second bullet. It existed. What? Well, we just heard proof that it did not exist. I realize that, Your Honor. Grasping here. It's just someone took it from the scene of the crime. That's what happened. But who? The murderer. The murderer? Then tell us, just who is this murderer? I'm still thinking about that one. So the criminal took the second bullet, but why? Huh? First of all, how would they have found it? It's not easy to find a stray bullet, Mr. Wright. Was there some pressing need for the murderer to search for that bullet?
Do you want me to just use it?
Yeah, the murderer didn't need it, isn't it? Why would the murderer have spent the time to look for that stray bullet? And we got a clue. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? The murderer had no reason to take that bullet. You don't want to admit it, but it's true.
Had to take it.
Had to take it. Murderer? What does that mean?
You're thinking too normal. Think crazy. I'm not sure if you've seen the flashes.
I am.
Don't think why the bullet was taken. Think why the bullet had to be taken. That's you.
Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm just gonna let that hold for a bit so I can screen cap it later.
Well, the murderer had no intention of taking the bullet from the scene. But, the murderer had to take that bullet. Had to, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? Well, for instance... For instance, what? Maybe the bullet, hit the murderer? The bullet hit the murderer? Just saying, for instance. I mean, if it hit you, you would have to take it with you, wouldn't you? It's not like you could perform surgery right there. You know? Wait a second. I was just talking off the top of my head, but what if that's really what happened? Let me get this straight. So at the time of the murderer themselves was shot? And they left with the second bullet still inside of them? Thus leaving only one bullet at the scene of the crime. Yes, I guess that's how that would work, yes. But there's a problem with that. The other two people rescued from that elevator, Miles Edgeworth and Yanni Yogi, were both unharmed. So that would mean the murderer came from outside, yes. two men fight inside the elevator. Trying to stop them, the boy picks up the pistol at his feet and throws it. The pistol discharges, and the bullet goes through the elevator door and hits the murderer outside. The boy loses consciousness. Then the murderer opens the elevator door and sees the men inside.
I do like it how in Japan media, whenever you don't know who the killer is, they're always like a gray mannequin of some sort.
Yeah, bald, all that kind of stuff. Very, like, you don't know what the features are.
I kind of wish it would happen in modern crime shows, because occasionally it's just like, oh yeah, I know what that feature is. This person has that.
Mr. Wright, you are truly the most unpredictable defense attorney I've ever known.
It might be hard to do it for like live action, but
now you get somebody that is very undistinctive.
Either undistinctive or like wear like a full facial covering.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you're grasping, yet I cannot deny the possibility of what you say. What are you saying? Deny it! Deny it! No one involved with the incident was wounded. There was no murderer.
That's still you.
At the time of the incident. He's right. I can't think of anyone.
Hey, Nick?
Huh?
I just thought of something really crazy.
Crazy?
Remember what Mr. Grossberg said yesterday? I'm dying!
What if... Oh, no.
What if Von Karma didn't take that vacation because of shock?
But took it because he was injured.
Which would mean...
Can only mean one thing.
He was the murderer in the DL6 incident.
He was the man who shot Gregory Edgeworth.
I can hear you! It was Von Karma.
Oh, man. Something wrong, Mr. Wright. You seem dazed. No, Your Honor. Oh. You have indicated the possibility that the murderer came from outside. Can you give us the name of your suspect? Uh-oh. Should I come out and say it now?
Just say regardless, it's up to you.
Say it now. Your Honor, there is a suspect. One lone suspect. Well, this is certainly interesting news. Very well, Mr. Wright. Who is your suspect? My hands are shaking. The what? Von Karma.
Von Karma?
You mean the Von Karma, the prosecutor, the one standing right there. Ah.
I'd have a heart attack if I had one.
Unfortunately, I mean... You don't object?
That's right, I killed him.
I see no need. Why honor this ridiculous outburst with my objection? Because you took a vacation for several months starting the day after the incident. You pride yourself on a perfect record. Why would you take such a long vacation without any reason?
I was told if I did not, I could not no longer use my vacation time for extra cat funds.
So come here, I took a vacation to heal my injury from the incident. Fascinating. Prove it. I would have needed surgery, no? Where did I go under the knife at, Mr. Wright? Bring the doctor that operated on me. Have him testify.
You won't find him. He's dead. Wait. No, do-over. Nick, let's find out who his doctor is. It's no use.
Let's take a drink. Edgeworth?
I know Von Karma, perhaps too well. He's perfect. He wouldn't leave clues. He probably didn't undergo surgery. I would leave a doctor as a witness.
Nobody's that perfect.
So what, Nick? Did Von Karma pull the bullet out by himself? That's insane.
No, he couldn't have. You can't just pull bullets out of yourself.
That leaves holes in your body.
Wait. What does that mean? That bullet has to be somewhere, but where? Tisk. Well, Mr. Wright, can you produce evidence to prove that I was shot?
We can. It's really dumb, but we can.
This is not exactly how it works, but yes, we can. All right, Von Karma, I'll prove it. And I'll even use evidence. I know how you like it so much. What? The evidence that proves Von Karma was shot is the metal detector. Von Karma is perfect. He wouldn't risk surgery, leaving an evidence trail. So then I ask, where is that bullet now? I think it unlikely that Von Karma performed surgery on himself.
Was this before, would this have taken place before, they set up metal detectors at airlines?
Yeah, actually, it would be. I was actually thinking about that, and yeah, this would be before that, because this is before 9/11. I do. There's a possibility that the bullet is still inside Von Karma. Is that even possible after all these years? Well, there's one way to find out. We can use this metal detector. Well, Von Karma, I'm going to run this over you and see what we find. Aha. You want to tell... I refuse! You refuse? But refusing this means... You acknowledge that the bullet is still inside you.
I have metal pins! I'm old!
Order! Your Honor, the defense requests that we be allowed to use the red metal detector.
I hope you're ready, because this is like one of the greatest, breakdowns.
Yeah, I know this one. I somewhat recall it. Judge, I call for a suspension of this trial. This is an invasion of privacy. The statute of limitations runs out on this case today. It was you who said that we had to end it right here, right now.
I kind of want to see his breakdown in HD.
Enough. I prevent the use of the metal detector. Mr. Von Karma, you will submit yourself to testing.
Nick, what does this mean?
I don't know, but we have to give it a shot. It reacted. Something's inside his right shoulder. The bullet. Mr. Von Karma?
You. It was you.
I was afraid this would happen. And so I remained silent. Indeed, there's a bullet in my shoulder. However, it has nothing to do with this incident.
I was in a gang, you see.
What?
The Yakuza.
I was shot in the shoulder long before the DL6 incident. I claim that the bullet in my shoulder has no relation to DL6. But Mr. Von Karma, can you prove that? Prove? I have no obligation to prove anything. It is Mr. Wright who must prove something here. Not I. But Mr. Wright?
We can prove it, actually.
Well, can you prove it? Yeah. Can you prove that the bullet in Von Karma's shoulder was from DL6? Of course he can't. You don't have any of the Deal 6 evidence. That's because you took it out of the records room yesterday. However, you dropped something. With no proof, you cannot convict me of any crime. So sorry, Mr. Wright. No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Von Karma.
Oh, I've never been apologized before. Feels nice.
What? You were close. One day away from freedom. But you see, I have proof. What? Who would have thought you would dig your own grave trying to convict Edgeworth? I can link that bullet in your shoulder to the Deal 6 incident. And here's my final proof. The bullet. That's... a bullet? Where did you get that? It's the bullet used in the Deal 6 incident. This was taken from the heart of the victim, Mr. Gregory Edgeworth. The bullet is preserved quite nicely with all the ballistic markings intact.
Ballistic markings.
You may recall the term. It came up in the first trial 2 days ago. Ballistic markings are the fingerprints of a weapon.
This is flashback.
Yeah, but still, we haven't gone through this one today, so by examining the markings, you can tell which weapon fired the bullet. It's quite accurate. We have 2 bullets in our possession. One, the bullet removed from Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other, Mr. Von Karma, is the bullet buried in your shoulder. We could analyze both bullets. Then, if the markings matched, we would know that both bullets had been fired from the same gun.
I do not consent to a bullet being removed. I would be scarred.
Too bad. The very same pistol, in other words, the murder weapon that killed Gregory Edgeworth.
I object. I'm going to jail.
Mr. Von Karma, you will let us remove the bullet from your shoulder. Then we'll compare the ballistic markings to those of this bullet. And solve this case once and for all. Well, Mr. Von Karma? Jeez.
Just imagine he's screaming because we're not going to do that. That scream. I've heard that scream before. Wait, I know.
Don't skip over the part where after he throws it.
It's that scream I've heard in the elevator. 15 years ago. Von Karma, it was you who screamed.
Mr. Von Karma. Oh, God. If that had gone a little slower, I would have spoken during that moment.
It's fine, we can just pretend he was just screaming on top of his lungs.
Yeah.
So, it was you.
You and your father are my curse. Your father shamed me with a penalty on my record. And you left a scar on my shoulder that would never fade. I'll bury you. I'll bury you with my bare hands. Death. 15 years earlier. Chief Prosecutor, I am sorry.
Von Karma, it's not like of you to make this kind of error. I never would have thought that Edgeworth would be the one to catch you. I have to choose a voice for this character because he does come up later.
Yeah, it does come up later. I was careless.
I'm sorry, but you will have to be penalized. I've covered for you in the past, but not this time.
Edgeworth. It was a shock like none I'd ever known. Me, penalized? It took hours for me to regain my composure. Suddenly, I found myself in the darkness. I was in the court records room. I must have wandered in there without thinking where I was going. The room was pitch black. The lights must have gone out. I went out into the hall and felt my way to the elevator. I pressed the button, but nothing happened. Then, there was a noise. I was in pain, a horrible burning pain in my shoulder. Just then, the lights came back on. The elevator door opened before my eyes. I saw 3 people inside, all lying unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Much to my surprise, a pistol lay at my feet. I knew then it was destiny. In his last moments, Gregory Edgeworth was still unconscious. He died, never knowing who had shot him. Later, he spoke through a medium blaming Mr. Yogi. He was fooled. It was a perfect crime.
That one came up.
I thought I should at least get one in. Who would have thought another man would have come to open that elevator door? Judge. Well, what? What are you doing? Do your job. Bring an end to this miserable charade. Now, end it!
I will give Fun Karma this. He's not like trying to get out of. He admitted his crime. He's not trying to get out of it, even though that probably means he's going to die.
Yeah, that's true. He decided to go out with dignity at the very least, now that he's been caught fully. But very well. It appears that we have come a very long way to the end of this maze. 15 years later. Mr. Miles Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were innocent. You are innocent. As you said, it was all a nightmare.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Nick, we did it! Do you see his face? Fun Karma looked even paler than usual. You're pretending to be out cool, but inside you crushed him, Nick. Crushed! I gotta say, I'm impressed.
It's pretty close, though. I was sure we'd had it.
I know, I was on the verge of tears the whole time myself. But now it's all just a good memory.
So, it's finally over, Edgeworth.
Right.
Yeah?
I'm not sure how to say this. I know! Try thank you. I see. Thank you, right.
You're welcome.
I think you'd have done better than that. Ugh. Sorry. I'm not good at this sort of thing. You got a lot to learn, Edgeworth.
Got you there? Woo! Amazing, pal. You pulled through just like I thought you would. I'll never forget this. I owe you one, pal. And tonight, let's party. Dinner's on me. Yeah, my salary went down a bit this month. But who cares?
See, Mr. Edgeworth, you should take a lesson from Detective Gumshoe. That's how you say thank you. I see. Whoop. I feel foolish. Don't worry. Take it a little at a time. You'll get used to it.
It's been 15 years since I've seen Edgeworth this unguarded.
Why are you here? Hey, all! Lana! You are great in there. Don't take her out. Then we'll have to go for another trial. A room from of all people want her dead, and no one's pointing fingers.
Worth it.
This is still you, by the way.
I know. Thank you. To whoever fired the bullets.
Yo, Edgeworth! Yo, Edgeworth, congratulations!
That got you, didn't it?
Yeah. It's too bad that bailiff is dead. Thank y'all very much. I knew you were innocent from the start, of course. No, you didn't. You're full of shit.
You did not. You liar.
Leave my sight. I'm not gonna voice you anymore. You were the witness on the first day of the trial, weren't you?
Speaking of which, what are you gonna do now? Doing now, Lana?
I gotta say this. Well, me, I went back to college. Apparently, I'm an idiot. I gave up trying to be an investigative photographer pretty quick.
Really? That's too bad.
Huh? Is that the hot dog guy from the park?
Huh?
It's over, Nick. My life is over.
But why the sad face, Larry? What happened now?
Oh, Nick, I'm not long for this world.
You don't look sick.
It's Keonce. She's gonna live in Paris. Paris, Nick. Paris, Texas. I'm banned from all of Texas. She's leaving me behind.
I should have seen that coming.
Yo, Edgy, there you are.
That was a turnaround.
Yes, here I am. Congratulations, Eddie. Here, a gift from me in celebration. Celebration? That's unusual for you. Harry.
Harry Butts. You come along tonight too. My treat, pal.
Thanks. Looking forward to it. Yo, Nick. That's the suit that questioned me. He says, treat, that's not police talk for prison food, right? Right?
I think it'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah, what's up?
That envelope that Larry gave me, it's got money in it.
Well, yeah, that's not strange. People get money way to celebrate sometimes.
It's $38, right?
Huh. What a weird amount. I mean, it's not a little, but it's not a lot either. Wait. $38 exactly?
Nick? Wasn't exactly the amount of lunch money that was stolen from Mr. Edgeworth in school. The anime does something different here, which I'll explain after it's fully said, but...
$38. No. No, Larry, it was you!
What are you so surprised about, right?
Huh?
Larry was absent that day from school, right? That doesn't automatically rule him out as a suspect.
What?
Think back to that day 15 years ago. Larry took the day off, but he was bored, so he came to school anyway. And he saw the money lying there, and the rest is history. I never was good at history. So in the anime, it's different. He does go back to school. He finds the money on the road. They actually show it. It's not like a case of him lying. He just finds the money and doesn't know what it is until like the day of the trial.
Edgeworth, you didn't know, did you?
I suspected. I just couldn't picture Larry protecting you like he did that day. Everyone else was saying you did it. The whole class was against you, remember?
Yeah, too well.
Right, you may not know this, but we used to have a saying back in school. When something smells, it's usually the butts.
I know. I know.
Really right. I'm surprised you didn't figure it out. Oh, this sure is an unexpected turn of events, eh?
Edgeworth.
Hmm?
You should have told me.
I would have left him to fry! Now, Nick, it was 15 years ago. I think the statute of limitations have run out at Mr. Edgeworth. I'd say so, yes. There you have it. I'm innocent of crime.
Uh,
This does explain, like, later on, Phoenix is kind of sort of done with Larry.
Where that leave me? I became a defense attorney because of what you two did.
Well, you have always been something of insufferable emotionalist. Yeah, and you get worked up too easily, too.
The death sentence for both of you.
So yeah, they're very good friends.
Man, if I had only known, I'd have become a prosecutor.
There is a series of fan fiction based around. It's a crossover with Super Smash Brothers of all things. That has different. There's like miniature adventure that has different characters becoming defense attorneys, and one of them is Larry.
Oh no.
It's literally the case of he sees Edgeworth defend Phoenix and basically goes, "Yeah, I want to do that for real." It is the dumbest goddamn thing I've read that I still enjoy just because that would be an awesome plot twist. The same goes for me, only the other way around. For the longest time, I thought I might have killed my own father. I thought I might be a criminal. Became a prosecutor in part to punish myself. If I had known the truth, I might have become a defense attorney after all. And you say a prosecuting attorney.
Well, to a degree, it's a good thing that he does.
I mean, yeah, he does a lot of good as a prosecuting attorney. It's just,
Yeah.
he doesn't try, I don't know, get dual, I don't know if dual attorneyship is a thing. Want to switch, right? Hey, y'all, line up. I'll take a photo. Hey, photo time. Let's go.
And after that, dinner on me.
I hope you guys like noodles.
Detective Gumshoe took us out on the town that night. He celebrated Edgeworth's newfound freedom, even though Edgeworth himself was still in detention. Oh, I went a little overboard yesterday. My head hurts. Huh? It's only 5 o'clock. Maybe I should go back to sleep.
Do you sleep on the couch?
You might have, yeah. Hmm? What's this? A letter?
Good morning, Nick. You were really impressive yesterday. Seeing you, it made me think about what I'm doing here. I'm a spirit medium. In training, of course. I wanted to help Mr. Edgeworth, too. I wanted to help you. But I couldn't. I was useless. So I decided to go back to my training. I become a full-fledged spirit medium for starters. I couldn't say it to your face, so I left this letter. Goodbye, Nick.
Goodbye. What time is it? Yeah, the first trains for the mountains have already left. To the station. This is the only time I think during this particular game we see the train station.
I think it also shows up in the credits.
I guess I'm too late.
Hey! Nick?
Maya! So, you leaving?
Yeah. It's hard being a spirit medium who can't talk to spirits. And I think you do fine without me, Nick.
You did murder a lot of people during the last time that you were arrested, so probably a good idea.
Oh yeah, I have to go on the law for that. Apparently they still haven't caught the person. Who is me? Who is not me? I didn't do anything. Be good, okay?
That's what I should be saying to you. Good use of hold it there, I'm going to be honest.
That's some of my favorite running gags where they use the court things outside of context.
Yeah, that is nice.
What?
I never could have saved Edgeworth without you.
Huh?
On the last day of the trial, I heard her. I heard Mia's voice.
You heard my sister?
Yes, only her voice, but still. It was at the very end when I thought we'd lost everything.
Well, that's my sister for you. Detective Gumshoe helped Mr. Grossberg, and even Larry. I'm the only one who couldn't help. I was useless, Nick.
But you were the one who stopped Von Karma, Maya.
Huh? I didn't do anything. All I did was wander around in a daze.
Sorry, but I have evidence that you helped.
I imagine like Nick trying to do a cool pose, but it actually looks incredibly dorky. Evidence? The bullet.
Mm-hmm.
A bullet?
Von Karma was convinced he had taken all the evidence pertaining to Deal 6. But you were the one who rescued the last piece of evidence we needed. This was the bullet that put an end to Von Karma. And you were the one who gave it to me.
Nick.
Thanks, Maya. Couldn't have done it without you.
I'll be back soon.
Huh?
I'm going to complete my training and come back.
Okay. I'll be waiting.
Of course you will. You can't run that office by yourself. You're hopeless.
I don't know about that.
So, this is it.
See you soon, Maya.
Thanks, Nick.
And so my story ends. Time to turn a new page. And say goodbye to the novice defense attorney that I once was. Now, a new story begins. With the same old crazy cast of characters.
Ha! Don't think you've graduated yet, amateur. This is
Mr.
on
Wright,
auto-hide, so just do what you
perhaps
best.
you'd like to rethink that claim? Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh, I got a bad feeling about this.
We're not done with this thing, but we are done for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop! Detective Gumshoe!
He held his head low and went right back outside. Kind of like it was embarrassed or something. Strange, huh?
Feelings are hard. Huh? Nick? Nah, I haven't seen him lately. Who, me? I've been working at a cheese shop. That Missy's a nice lady, but she's not exactly what we call a cheap date. Huh? Oh, she's in Hawaii right now, yeah.
How does he keep getting models?
That is the mystery for the ages of how he keeps getting models. Ooh, right? Yeah, I remember him. I hear he's been busy lately. You know, not to ring my own bell, but I sort of taught him everything he knows. I'm sure he's grateful. I don't know who Wright is.
I've been lying the entire time.
I'm a very bad liar.
I hope no one asks him about me. Here's mine. Phoenix Wright. Oh, the defense attorney for whom I wrote the affidavit. Yes. Oh, you should know, I've taken over management of the Gatewater Hotel recently. Should you be in the area, please stop by.
Ahem. Oh, it's you. Phoenix Wright? Ah, yes, Mia's understudy, was he not? I wonder how he's doing. Hasn't seen him of late. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see. Would you like whiskey?
How are you not dead yet?
The secret is the water of life, of course.
Oh no, I forgot about this one. Phoenix Wright? Is he an actor? Well, I'm not buying it. You can't be a star with a name like Phoenix. Did you know that? Oh no. Help, help, help.
I can read it, I just can't speak at that speed.
Yeah. I didn't even make the attempt to read it, I'm going to be honest with you.
That's fair. I'm pleased to announce the Pink Princess is a hit. I'm sure all that Mr. Right a great deal. Oh, and I'm keeping my face out of the public eye until the show's over. I wouldn't want to ruin any kid's dreams, you know. I've officially decided that Will always sounds like he's crying on the edge of tears. It's funnier that way.
I mean, it is.
Oh, I got a letter from Maya the other day. It sounds like she caught a cold standing under a waterfall. I wanted to visit, but didn't have time, so I sent her some Pink Princess trading cards. She says she can't buy them where she is. What kind of place is she living at anyway? I'm surprised I'm being consistent on the voices.
Right, who's that? You want to talk? Let's talk Pink Princess, all right? But, you know, I snuck into the studio the other day, and I saw the one inside the Pink Princess suit. Oh, the dog. It's kind of a shock for a boy of my tender age. Ouch.
Cody? Are you okay, Cody?
Will, buddy, about not ruining the kids' dreams. I think it's too late.
Yeah, I remember right. That lawyer guy. Huh, me? I'm in training to become a paranormal photographer. You know that picture I took of everyone? Just behind them, there's a ghost. For real.
Oh.
Now that's talent. I'm gonna be famous. She's holding it sideways.
Just love the look on Phoenix's face. Right, that one.
So, to explain to the public, originally on Japan it came with 4 cases on the Game Boy Advance, and then when it was ported over to the US, it had a 5th case added because it was on the DS. So they needed more reasons for you to play it, and that's what this case is. That's why we got that credit scene, even though there's more cases.
Yep.
Anyways, thank you so much for watching. Oh, you were about to say something. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that we are doing it today because, well, we've been at this for
4 hours.
4 hours, about, yeah. So good point to hit the brakes on it.
Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys. I'll see you guys Tuesday for more of the Sinking City. I will have to say, in about I've like brought up before occasionally, but on the 27th of Wednesday, I'm going to be unavailable to do any form of streaming because it's the last leg of packing, and then I'm going to be moving to my new house. But because my pets are old, I can't put them to sleep, put them on an airplane. That's not good for their health. So we're going on essentially on a road trip. So I'm going to essentially be out. We'll probably do one more Kyle and I stream, and then it's probably going to be one more Tuesday stream. But after that, I'm going to be gone until I can get everything set up back online.
Yep, we'll figure out what we're doing next week. I don't think we're going to be going through the entirety of Case 5, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, no. That's going to take some time. But, yeah. Hope you guys have a good rest of the day. Hope you guys enjoy the stream, and I hope you, I'll see you then.
See you all next time.